on the 27th of April, it's our Freedom Day. We remember the day that South Africa attained its freedom, and we have a public holiday on Monday. Hence, the department saw it fit that we commemorate on the 25th of April. I want to greet our Minister, Honorable Nomakosazana Meth, and her esteemed guest, and our Director General, Ms. Jackie Mutisane, and all senior officials of the department, and our reps from the International Rep Organization, our NEPAT Online, as well as the National Institute for Occupational Health, and all delegates. Everyone is important today. We are visitors in the Free State. This is a national department, but we are gracing the Free State. And like any time when we come to a household, the head of the household, in this case we'll say the caretaker of this household, because this is a national department, will be welcoming us. We'll request Ms. Emily Maneli, the Chief Director of Provincial Operations for Free State, to welcome us. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning. Are you all good? Okay, greetings. Morning, Minister, all protocol observed. My name is Emily, and the surname is Maneli. I am the head of the Department of Employment and Labor in the Free State Province. Program Director gave me an easy job. Mine is just to welcome you. And I'll do it the Free State way to say welcome, a warm welcome to the cold Free State. But the weather behaved today. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Manel. Now that we've been welcomed, ngesixhwasitho ngakhulula ibhatshi yakho uyixhome, andiyazi zayithini ngesi okanye ngesisuthu ngumXhosa wase-Eastern Cape, but we all have been welcomed. Sisekhaya, we are one big happy family because we're all here in the interest of health and safety. So, Minister, you can see we have a bed, we've got everything. I think since it's a little bit cold, we need a little bit of entertainment through Mr. Z, who's gonna perform the industrial theater in relation to the theme.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, you know, I learned my line last night. You know, when I see a lot of white people, my English minutes get depleted. But I will try. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow, what is this word now? Fellow enthusiasts of innovation. Yes, this is a word. Let me do it again. Ladies and gentlemen and esteemed guests and fellow enthusiasts of innovation. Oh yes. Today we stand at the crossroad of profound transformation, one that is shaping various industries. Ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to talk about digital economy. What is digital economy? Digital economy can be defined as a digitalization that has crept into almost every sector of the economy and has encompassed a wide range of new ways of incorporating data and the internet into production processes and business solutions. Oh yes. Clap hands for Mr. Z. I am doing it. I am doing it, guys. Clap hands for me. You guys are jealous, eh? You. All right, guys. We have prepared a show for you guys on digital economy. We're going to meet Tandy, a remote worker, who is juggling economic nightmares, stress, and a work-life balance that is like a work-life chaos. And then we'll also meet Lerato, who is a call center dispatcher, who is also facing her own digital dilemmas. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back, enjoy the show. The Z ladies, I will definitely murder you today. Z ladies, Kill.
Mic check.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mrs. Khan, and I'd like to welcome you all to the wide world of remote work. I'll be straight with you. I'm skeptical, because how do you know that people are working when they are not in the office? Are they being productive, or are they just slacking around in their pajamas? Well, that's why you're here. Today, you are going to help me judge the work ethic of Thandi, who is one of our remote workers. Now, I will need your participation for votes. We will do this. For thumbs up, we will say no. Thumbs down for yes. Thumbs up, yes, for thumbs up. And then no for thumbs down. And then a heart if you are not sure. Now, let us do our first vote. Do you think that remote workers can be as productive as office workers? Thumbs up if you think yes. Thumbs down for a no. A heart if you are not sure but you are hopeful. All right, mostly thumbs up. But in my opinion, I don't think it's possible. However, let us see how Thandi handles it.
You have reached the live service of Thandi. Leave a message after the tone. Toot!
Yes, morning Thandi. I just wanted to leave you this message now at 6 a.m. to remind you that our first Zoom meeting is at 8:30. And I know that company policy says work starts at 9. Please don't give me that. You are flexible, right? So yes, let us meet at 8:30. Thank you, Thandi. Bye. Thandi. Hey, Thandi. Wake up, you sleepyhead. I need your help.
What time is it, Mama?
I can't tell you the time until I find my glasses. Help me find my glasses.
Is it after 9? Oh my God, I am so late. Toraso.
What is it, baby? We're working late again.
Of course, and I'm late for my meeting now.
Yeah, Thandi. This remote work you do seems like 24 hours a day. Help me find my glasses.
They're on your face, Mama.
Oh, all this time. Oh, daughter, I am telling you, Mama is losing her mind. I am losing it.
Please, Mama.
What?
Look, I am late for my meeting, which is about to start. You can't be here.
Oh, okay. Please and thank you, Mama, for waking me up.
Zoom meeting in progress.
What is Thandi?
She is always that one. She is always late. She is not organized. Good morning, Thandi. Nice of you to join us. But it looks like you have been taking some overtime on your pillow.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. It's just that I was working on this report and it took the whole night.
And my message about the 8:30 a.m. meeting?
Message?
Oh, Thandi.
I didn't see it.
Okay, fine. We have Mrs. Mabuza, one of our very passionate community leaders, and she will be assisting you on the environmental impact report for the project.
Good morning, Mrs. Mabuza.
Oh, Thandi, good to meet you. I cannot stress how important this report is,
Yes.
as the community needs assurance that the expansion will have minimal impact on the community.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Mabuza.
Thandi, it looks like you're wearing your bathrobe again for another meeting.
I am so sorry, ma'am. If you can give me 5 minutes just to change.
No, please don't change a thing. We really do not have time. And this reminds me that you get to work from home and I work from the office.
Wait, what's that noise, Thandi?
Who's crying?
It's my baby. Mama!
Hey, what is it?
Can you please check on the baby and put that dog outside?
Hey, Wena, that's my dog and he doesn't sleep outside.
Mama, I'm in the middle of a meeting, please, man. Hey.
Oh my God. Thandi, the meeting has already started.
Yes,
Now, this means that you will have to read the transcripts as we have already summarized some of the information that was provided by Mrs. Mabuza.
And yes, you need to interview all stakeholders. As Mrs. Khan and I feel everyone needs to share their information with you.
Hey, Batong. Mrs. Mabuza, that's over 25 stakeholders.
I know.
Hey, man.
Thandi, what do you want for breakfast?
Hey, Mama, not now.
God. Hi, Thandi, man, you need to eat, Wena.
Mama, anything is fine.
May I please have scrambled eggs and avocado on toast? Well, that is if we are all ordering.
Who is that speaking now?
It's my boss, Mama, Mrs. Khan.
So this Mrs. Khan of yours wants me to make her breakfast. How would I even get to her?
Mama, it was a joke. Please leave.
Oh, a joke.
Wait, Tandy. Are you working on your bed?
I'm so sorry, ma'am. My room is the only private space I have.
Charming, very charming. But as I was saying, Tandy, the additional data will have to be sourced on site. And I will also need a 3D model for all the sites and all affected areas. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am. But I don't have the proper software to do the job.
Don't worry about that. Contact HR to help you. They can provide coverage with the Safer software for that. Also use the Micromine Origin to help you with the integration, validation, as well as the interpretation of the natural resources data. Did you get all that, Tandy?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Ma'am, that's quite a lot to cover.
That is why I chose you, Tandy. You are the best, and I know that you can put this report together.
And it is very important as we meet with the government about it.
If I may ask, when is this report due?
Oh, yes, I forgot. Tandy, the report is due on Friday. So we will leave you to it. Bye, Tandy.
The report is due on Friday.
So, we've seen Tandy start with her environmental impact report. Her setup's a mess. Noise, kids, no proper desk. But is that an excuse for slacking? What do you think? Can remote workers be as productive with all the home distractions? Thumbs up if you think they can. Thumbs down if you don't think it's possible. And a heart if you're not sure. Still split, right? I know. So now let's see what Tandy decides to do next.
No. But I'm telling you, Tandy, the only way is for you to go there and see for yourself.
Ish, Mrs. Mabuz, I am quite behind with the report. Ugh. Ideally, if you can collect all the data of the important cultural and religious sites in the area.
Unfortunately, I cannot, Tandy. I'm away all week. But I have some few contact numbers you can call and set up a meeting with.
Oh, okay, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I'm late for another meeting, so I have to go. But please send those contact numbers as soon as possible.
No problem. I will do that.
All right. Ooh, damn.
Tandy, where have you been? I've been trying to reach you. Oh, Tandy, you are on mute. There's a button for you to press to unmute yourself. And if you can't, then you need to tell me so that I can contact HR for them to hire a sign language expert so we can be able to interpret those hand gestures. Tandy!
Oh, sorry, ma'am. I was in a long call with Mrs. Mabuza regarding the stakeholder interviews.
Yes, HR informed me that you are unable to use the required software.
Yes, it's my laptop. It's over 3 years old now. It's no longer capable of software.
Okay, then this means that you need to come by to use one of the office computers.
Or perhaps I can take one of the office computers and use it at home.
Tandy, it is company property. It is not for personal use.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Tandy.
Oh, no. Ma'am? Ma'am? Oh, it's my network again. Hello?
Tandy, did you just hang up on our Zoom meeting?
No, ma'am. I'm on data plan. I need to buy more data for internet connection.
Okay, so tell me, how far are you with the stakeholders' interviews?
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. We are working on it.
You are still working on it, Tandy. It's Wednesday.
I know, ma'am. Oh, my back.
Oh, Tandy, what is wrong with your back now?
Oh, nothing. It's just that I work on my bed. Hunching like this is hurting me.
I think you need to start taking better care of yourself.
Or perhaps I can take one of the office chairs and desk and use it at home.
Tandy, I'm sure you will figure something out. Perhaps use the kitchen chair. Lalela, Tandy, I expect an update on the stakeholders' interviews by this afternoon. Did you get that?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I will pull out a miracle out of the thin air, ma'am. Ugh. I am an analyst, not a magician.
Tandy is drowning now. Her workload is piling up. She is struggling. Is it real or is she just bad at managing her time? What do you think? Do you think that remote workers face genuine challenges or they are just taking advantage of the flexibility? Thumbs up for genuine challenges, thumbs down for taking advantage, and a heart if you are not sure. Well, it is quite a mix. Now, let us see what happens next.
Woo, 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 woo.
Yes, ma'am.
Tandy, I was just checking in on you, Tandy.
What time is it?
Let me see. Well, it's 11 p.m., Tandy.
Well, that's because the whole world is asleep.
Who invited that dog to this meeting? Is it you again, Tandy? Oh, I was not aware that your dog was part of our company payroll. Maybe I need to speak to HR for them to add bugs at deadlines as your dog's job description, Tandy.
Yeah, and a dog. Shut up, man. People are sleeping. Futzak, Wolfie, Futzak.
Are you saying futzak to me, Tandy?
Yes, I mean no, ma'am, no. Oh, I wouldn't dare. No, ma'am.
Tandy, can I kindly expect these reports by tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.?
9 a.m.
Yes,
But
Tandy.
ma'am, tomorrow is Thursday and the report is due on Friday.
I know all of that, Tandy, but the thing is, our meeting with the government has been pushed up. We are meeting them on Friday, so this means that I need to see the reports before then.
Mrs. Khan,
Yes.
the report is not done.
Tandy, this is non-negotiable. I need this report by tomorrow morning.
What am I going to do now?
Tandy, 9 a.m., okay? That was rough. Tandy hit rock bottom. Is it just her, or do you think that remote workers need more help? Should companies provide supports like desk and mental health resources? Thumbs up for yes. Thumbs up if you don't think it's necessary. Thumbs down if you don't think it's necessary. And a heart if you're not sure. Okay, a lot of thumbs up. So you guys are saying that companies should step up. Okay, it's fine. Let us see what happens next.
You know, I used to feel like my work was swallowing me whole. From Mrs. Khan's late night calls to me trying to manage everything from home without a proper setup, I was a wreck. I was stressed, exhausted, and to be honest, I was fed up. Until Mama hit me with her famous line.
Tandy, you need to tell those people what you want. Like I tell the shopkeeper. No arguments.
Yeah, right. As if it was that easy. But Thursday morning, I was desperate enough to try. So I took a deep breath and contacted HR and told them about Mrs. Khan calling me after hours. I laid it all out. How it was messing up my sleep, my focus, my life. And they listened to me, did a risk assessment, and they promised they'll handle it. I then requested for a budget to get some decent equipment. No more hunching on my laptop while I chill on my couch or my bed. I got a proper desk, a proper chair, well, some basics. It was approved and it was a game changer. Oh well, let's see what's gonna happen now. I had to set boundaries. I made a decision that after 6 p.m., I'm done. No more calls, no more emails, nothing. I had to stick to it. And today was proof that it's working. I joined a Zoom meeting with a polished draft report yami. Something that I actually had time to polish. And then Mrs. Khan tried to cut me off.
Tandy, did I mention that we need...
Mid-sentence. Just imagine.
Tandy, did I mention that we need...
Hold on, Mrs. Khan. Let me finish. And then later, she tried to call me after hours.
Tandy, hi, listen, This report has so many grammatical errors.
No problem, ma'am. I will address this at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Mrs. Khan. Good night.
All right, Tandy, well done. I'm happy to see that you're on top of things. Good night.
She didn't push back. Can you believe it? I wasn't drowning. I was focused. I was in control. I was focused, and I was not in a rush anymore. I guess it worked out for the best.
Tandy is bouncing back. She's got a proper workspace, boundaries, and mostly the works. Maybe supporting remote workers isn't a waste. So now, let us do a vote. Do you think that companies should support their well-being even if it costs money? Thumbs up for a yes, thumbs down if you don't think it's necessary, and a heart if you think it's a must for the future. I think you're right. Tandy nailed her environmental report once she got support. Now, this means that companies should really step up. Okay, for our final vote. Do you think that it is essential for companies to provide support and compassion for remote workers to thrive? Thumbs up if you think it's necessary, thumbs down if you don't think it's necessary, and a heart if you think it's absolutely essential. Absolutely essential. You are right. Okay, Tandy's story taught me that with the correct backing, remote workers do not just survive, they shine. Let us create a workplace with care at home or anywhere.
Ula.
I think I'll use that one. Can we give them another round of applause? It's always a good thing to demonstrate how OSH aspects affect your health and well-being, and how work-life balance plays an important role so that people become productive in every little corner where they are working. So before we proceed, I would just like to acknowledge the minister's guests. Remember I said everyone is the minister's guest here. Ne? This is the minister's event. So I would like to acknowledge Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Selo Ditebe, who's in our midst. Also, thank you. The minister's guest from the Constituency Management Committee, Mr. Makwengwe Fikizolo, Mr. Bishop Mandwa Dichabe. Sorry for making you a man. I saw the word bishop. My apologies. Oh, bishop is the title? Yes. Oh, okay, let me go. Bishop Mandwa Dichabe. I thought it was Ms. Refilo Mujako, Mr. Mauku, okay, Mr. Mauku Shubi, Ms. Nobesutu Sonjanja. And then we also have Mr. Norman Koza from the African Union Development Agency. He's online. He couldn't join us physically. Then from the ILO, we've got Ms. Penny Mungawa and Mr. Simpiwe Mabele. From the National Institute for Occupational Health, which champions research in South Africa, and provides data on OSH aspects that affect workers. We've got Professor Zungu. And then we've got Mr. Tien Marais, who's gonna demonstrate to us how they apply AI and robotics to improve health and safety at work. We've got our partners also. You know, we can never do it alone. Ne? Even at home, you get everyone to work with you. We've got our reps from organized labor. I've got the General Secretary of COSATO, Brasox. He wants to be called Brasox. And he's here with the affiliated unions. We've got reps from NAC2. Can I see NAC2? Or NAC2 is hiding. We've got reps from FEDUSA. Can I see FEDUSA? We've got SAF2. Can I see SAF2? But there's, thank you, ma'am. And all the affiliated unions. We've got also representation from the Federated Mutual Assurance. The Chief Executive Officer is here. We've got representation from REN Mutual Assurance, FEM and RMA with the compensation fund. We are partners in ensuring that health and safety of workers in South Africa is improved through collaborative efforts. Remember, I said we cannot do it alone. Then also got the CEO from the Railway Safety Regulator. So now that we have acknowledged all the minister's guests, I'm gonna request our Acting Director General, Ms. Jackie Mudisane, to give us the opening address for this event. Over to you.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. What a great performance that we've had this morning. I can't further than this, I can't. This is the best that I can. Is this audible? Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Let me first greet the Minister of Employment and Labor, Honorable Makhosazana Met, and also extend my greetings to the Constituency Management Committee and welcome them. And I need to also acknowledge the leadership of COSATU, SAFTU, FEDUSA, and NACTU, and welcome you. And also a critical stakeholder being the business partners who are here with us, including the International Labour Organization, AU, NEPAD, and also earlier on, we acknowledge the one colleague from ILO. I need to also acknowledge Ms. Pemi, who are here to support us. We've come all the way from Lusaka, so we really honor them. And I should also take this opportunity to greet the people from the telecommunications, local radio stations, and also SABC who are here. Mutual Assurance and the Federated Employers Mutual Assurance who have been walking the path with us, so we acknowledge them. Colleagues from the Department of Employment and Labor who've put this together, working hard to make sure that we're all gathered here and making sure that this event is actually quite successful. And I also need to acknowledge and thank the Inspector for Occupational Health and Safety, and also the CDPO from the Free State, who has been working with all the stakeholders. With that said, I also need to extend the welcome to the distinguished guests, the ladies and gentlemen who are here with us. I would need to indicate that it's really a great privilege for us to welcome you on this very significant occasion, commemorating World Day for Safety and Health at Work for 2025. Your presence is definitely testimony to the shared commitment to protect, empower workers in every corner of this economy. In this befitting event that is being held here in the province of Free State, I need to also disclose. I come from, my roots are from Lesotho, so there's very closeness with the Free State province. And I need to really emphasize the rich farmlands that are here, and also the communities that are coming from here are very resilient, hardworking people, and this region is really a symbol of agricultural strength and the courageous spirit of the South African workforce. I'm not saying anything about myself, I'm just acknowledging the people from Free State, Honorable member. So I really take you guys in high regard, so yeah, I just wanted to indicate that much. From the courageous actions of early labor movements to the persistent advocacy of today's trade unions, workers have been championing safe working conditions, decent wages, and social justice. Their sacrifices and solidarity have been a building block to the foundation of the protective frameworks we now rely on. I dare say that the journey is far from over. The road of upholding worker and human rights is arduous and daunting, but giving up is not an option. Not forgetting the millions of workers, especially those behind the scenes. I'm talking about the ones in fields, factories, mines, and homes whose efforts often go unseen, but are central to our economy, deserves to be celebrated. Their rights, health, dignity must remain at the forefront of our national agenda. Today, we are also reminded that decent work and economic growth are not competing goals. They really they coexist. They are pillars or an anchor of development. When workers are safe, valued, and equipped with opportunities, productivity is bound to rise. Furthermore, poverty would decline and dignity would be restored. The theme of today is revolutionizing health and safety, the role of AI and digitalization at work, and we've seen through the theatrics how this can actually be done. Artificial intelligence such as robotics, digital systems, reshaping the world of work in an unprecedented rate. Innovations offer immense potential to improve workplace safety, reduce hazardous tasks, and increase productivity. There is no argument that technological developments are advantageous to world at work. However, they should not diminish our humanness. Human spirit must always prevail over technology. The threats are really there in terms of job displacements, concerns around cybersecurity, and growing digital skills gap are some of the technological ills. If not managed inclusively, digitalization could intensify inequality and expose workers to new risks. Therefore, our task is to ensure that these technologies are harnessed ethically, inclusively, and responsibly. The good news is that the global community is responding to these initiatives underway, and AI is developing ethical standards to ensure that technology is used to advance and not undermine human dignity. We must make sure that we all come to the party by equipping workers with new skills to navigate the changing landscape. Also, we need to foster dialogue between government, business, and labor, and investing in digital infrastructure. In conclusion, I'm here to indicate that we are going to commit ourselves to upholding fair labor practices, creating safe and inclusive workplaces, ensuring equal opportunity for all, protecting the rights and dignity of every worker, no matter where they work. I urge you to engage actively and proactively with the program that we have before us. With that being said, I just want to welcome and thank you.
Thank you, DG. And now that the DG has spoken, and I also want us to remember what Mr. Z demonstrated. And the last question he asked about business, whether they should provide resources for people who also work at home. I want us to welcome the representative from Business Unity South Africa, Ms. Lebusi Thunya, to recognize her also. Because Ms. Reiters will present on challenges after we've welcomed her. So you see the link we're bringing, because we had a blitz and there were challenges that were noted by the inspectorate. So the Chief Inspector will present on OSH challenges due to digitalization, addressing the local context, the issues that were picked up through the blitz that was conducted from the 7th to the 10th of April, focusing on telework. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you kindly flight the presentation? As indicated, I am mainly responsible for occupational health and safety nationally. Can you kindly flight the presentation, because there is some graphs. Okay. So we conducted telework or digital work blitz as the inspectorate from the 7th to the 10th of April. And there is, in preparation for this particular session, so that we as the Department of Employment and Labour can give an update on what we have found. Thank you. So this is just the outline of the presentation. I'm not going to go through it in the interest of time. Section 24A of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa states that everyone, so all of us within the country, has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and their well-being. So this constitutional right to a healthy environment also applies to workers. So the IAS, which is the Inspection and Enforcement Services branch, ensures that workers, this right through the 3 pillars, which is, first of all, advocacy and capacity building. So we are here today for the constitutional right under Section 24A, where we are having an advocacy session, and we also do capacity building and training for all our social partners. We do that through inspections and also through enforcement. So how do we, as the Occupational Health and Safety Division, ensure that we have workers that are healthy and workers that are safe? Is through our strategic objectives. This is the strategy that was signed off in October as well as launched in October of 2024. That is through coherent and efficient legislation and policy. That is where we draft the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which is currently under review, as well as all the regulations. 2 weeks ago, we launched 2 regulations that were signed off by the minister, which is the noise regulations as well as the physical agents regulations to improve health and safety. We also do that through advocacy, cooperation, capacity building and strengthening as our second key strategic objective as occupational health and safety. Thirdly, through labor inspections and enforcement. Then fourthly, it's occupational health and safety management systems, preventative risk management at enterprises. So with regard to occupational health and safety management systems, it is the foundation of any health and safety program. You have to have a management system, and we need to prevent injuries and diseases by identifying our risks as well as making sure that we quantify them. Then what is extremely important and key to the team also for today, and it's an area where we need improvement in and where we are working on it, is strategic information. Because strategic information will assist us as the Occupational Health and Safety Inspectorate to make sure that we collect the data and that we are able to do inspections in the area where it's needed the most. There is currently a project with RMA, FEM, the Compensation Fund, and the Occupational Health and Safety Inspectorate, and the National Institute for Occupational Health, which has resources, is assisting us to make sure that we have comprehensive databases of info that ultimately we can utilize artificial intelligence to assist us and direct us with where we need to do inspections and how we need to do inspections. This is just a summary of the Act as well as the regulations that is applicable to employers as well as employees. There is the Occupational Health and Safety Act 85 of 1993. The Act is highlighted in red because it is currently under review. We have received a certificate from the presidency for the socio-economic impact assessment. There's only one matter outstanding, and that is the state law advisors for us to be able to take the Act to the next level. So this is just the Act as well as the regulations. All the regulations that are highlighted in red is what is currently under review, and the one that is highlighted in orange or yellow, it's where it's already at an advanced stage for close to promulgation. So this is the Act and the regulations, and the main aim for us to regulate the labor market when it comes to occupational health and safety is to prevent injuries, diseases, and illnesses. So we, as indicated earlier, cannot do this alone. Even when I'm going to give the results of the blitz inspection, it is important for us to have organized labor. So even with our policy development, it's done in a tripartite structure. Then we have business. The employers need to ensure that under Section 8 as well as Section 16, that they provide a working environment that is healthy and safe for the workers, also as indicated in Mr. Z's rendition earlier. Then there's government, who sets the regulations as well as the Act. And also, I know that we have a significant amount of people in the room that are from professional bodies and technical experts. That is how we need to be able to work together to ensure that we prevent injuries and diseases in the workplace. As the Department of Employment and Labor, we have conducted during the 4 days 871 inspections in the particular space of telework, digital work, platform work, and we have noted non-compliances, and we've also issued notices. As you can see on the screen, we have done a sample. You can see these are the sectors that we mostly targeted, which was banking, courier. We also went to government because there is some form of call centers, digital work, platform work in government also. Insurance, telecommunication, wholesale, retail, and also our inspectors went to the community. So with the blitz inspection and the 871 inspections that we've done, we tried to look at the number of workers in this particular area. So we looked at employers that has 10 and below, then there's 11 to 99, 100 to 500, and 501 and more. We also looked at risk assessment, what Mr. Z indicated earlier when he started out with the song. He said zero harm, zero harm. So zero harm is where we are en route to zero injuries and diseases. So we looked at hazardous biological agents, because you do get viruses, bacteria, agents that are biological agents that can cause occupational diseases. We looked at ergonomics, and I think what was displayed in the earlier matter was mainly ergonomics with your workstations. Where do you work? If you do digital work, platform work, people sit a significant amount of time. What is the chair that you're utilizing? Do you get a hunchback? They spoke about a hunchback earlier. So we look at physical ergonomics, also cognitive ergonomics, and then organizational factors, which was also displayed earlier in the play about organizational factors with your supervisor, etc. We look at illumination. We looked at indoor air quality, because most of the work gets done indoors. We looked at ventilation. List of indoor air quality parameters was also assessed. Then we looked at working hours and exposure monitoring. Is there monitoring done of exposure to the hazardous conditions? We looked at medical surveillance. Do they perform medical surveillance? Because you need to conduct medical surveillance. Information, instruction, and training of workers, which is also in the Occupational Health and Safety Act. We looked at maintenance for those people that are in your call centers, etc. We looked at emergency lighting and testing of lights, because the measurements, which is measured in lux, we need to check, is there sufficient light where people are working? We looked at certificate of compliance and electrical installations, because we find that there are challenges in this area, and then reporting of any injuries and diseases. So with regard to the feedback of the blitz, you can see that we had 71 inspections was conducted in the Eastern Cape, 47 in the Free State. Gauteng conducted 115 inspections. KZN did the most, which is 134 inspections. They do have the most inspectors. Then Limpopo, we did 81, and Mpumalanga 90, and Northern Cape also 90, Northwest 88, and the Western Cape 111. This was done over a 4-day period. So with regard to the notices issued, that is where we found non-compliance. You can clearly see that we had a lot of people that did not comply. The number of notices issued was for contravention notices, where they've contravened the regulations. We issued 398 notices. And also, where we issued prohibition notices, where we literally prohibited a task, or we closed an area where they were non-compliant, where it's so dangerous that it can cause severe harm to the health or safety of workers. We prohibited, issued 17 prohibition notices. Then an improvement notice, we issued 20. You can see that the most notices was issued in Limpopo. Limpopo issued 132 notices. So Limpopo went to about 90 companies, and they found a significant amount of people or employers that are non-compliant. Then we have followed by Western Cape with 58 notices issues, Northwest 57 contraventions, and Gauteng issued 54 contraventions. You will see that the prohibitions were mainly issued in Mpumalanga, where Mpumalanga literally found tasks where they had to prohibit the employer from continuing. We looked at the number of employees, and you will find that more than 63% of where our inspectors went, we had where there's less than 10 employees. So you go to a company, less than 10 employees, and you find that 34% is where there was between 11 and 99. So we know that risk assessment, even in the song that Mr. Z played earlier, he said risk assessment, zero harm. So a risk assessment, as I've indicated, is the foundation of any health and safety management system. If you do not identify the hazards, assess the risks, then whatever control measures you put in place will not work. So we found that with risk assessments, there was 126, only 126, which included HPA, 154 with regard to ergonomics, 442 included indoor air quality, and 412 with other hazards. So if we look at the ergonomics factors, which is very key in this particular sector, we found that for ergonomics in the risk assessment, only 451 out of the more than 800 companies had a risk assessment conducted, and only 348 looked at physical ergonomics. Cognitive, we spoke about it earlier also under Mr. Mzi, where it's important, you know, your mental, physical, we look at physical, but we forget the mental stress factors. Only 231 took that into account. And then psychosocial, there was 211. and organizational only 270. So there is a challenge when it comes to ergonomics and the ergonomics regulations in this particular sector. Measuring of exposure, this is very sad that 91% of the employers did not measure any exposure of employees where they didn't do any physical measuring. Only 9% of the employers did that. So that is why there's so many notices that have been issued. Then, type of ventilation in the workplaces, we found that out of the more than 800 companies, that 131 had natural ventilation, so there was no other form of mechanical ventilation. 131. 124 is mechanical, and you know, when there's call centers, etc., we have a significant amount of people in a room together, so it's important to have sufficient mechanical ventilation. Then there was also a combination of the two. Medical surveillance, which is also very important, we found that 92% of employers did not do any form of medical surveillance to check workers when they start working, checking, for instance, when you do medical surveillance, eyes, ears, lungs, etc. So there's non-compliance in this particular area. Then training provided to employees. This is also a challenge that employers are not providing training, sufficient training. Out of all the employers that we've gone to, only 312 only 515 provided some form of training. 312 did not provide any training. So the person just starts, the person works, the person doesn't know what hazards they are exposed to, what can happen to them, so they just start working without that. Then maintenance of lights, because it's also a challenge. You can see that just under 600 maintain lights, and then we have just under 300 that does not maintain lights. Emergency lighting, there's also results on the emergency lighting, where emergency lights are provided only for 409. If there's an incident that happens where there's load shedding, etc., you need to provide emergency lights. So those are the results for that. Electrical certificates of compliance, we found that 605 employers had an electrical certificate of compliance, where 222 does not have it, and it's very dangerous if you do not have an electrical certificate of compliance as an employer. So with regard to implementation of risk management principles, as indicated, risk assessment and your risk management plan is the foundation. So we found that employers overlook hazards that workers are exposed to in this particular sector that we're looking at. And in the Occupational Health and Safety Act 85 of 1993, it states that any premises or place where a person performs work in the course of his employment. So whether you are working from home, whether you are working on a scooter bike, delivering, or whether you are an Uber driver working for somebody, your premises of work is where you perform that work. So it becomes a workplace. And the employer under Section 8 needs to provide an environment that is safe and does not cause any harm to the health of workers. Then also with regard to this, the hierarchy of control, where PPE is the last resort, needs to be followed step by step. So we need to make sure that we follow the hierarchy of control. I'm not going to venture in that too much because I believe that the presentation by Atlantis Foundry, they will be speaking about what they have done when it comes to the hierarchy of control, where they are literally use substitution or elimination to make sure that we eliminate health hazards, or we substitute by robotics or whatever we do to make sure that workers do not contract the occupational disease or injured. So this is just the hierarchy of control when it comes to the digital economy, where elimination and substitution is very key. Engineering controls, that is what we spoke about earlier, where employers are non-compliant, where they need to provide and make sure that they provide lighting, they maintain there's sufficient airflow. Also, that they provide people with scheduling under administrative as well as employer policies when it comes to this particular area. So the implementation of risk management principles is key. So just in conclusion, is that we as the Department of Employment and Labor went and we looked at the digital economy, and we did a sample of more than 800 employers. We will be intensifying it, looking at it a bit further. And we have identified that there's a need for in-depth advocacy, capacity building for employers and employees in this particular sector, and also that we need to intensify our inspections. What we've also found is that there is gaps, and we need to be able to close those gaps where we as the inspectorate also need to have sufficient data, we need to do the research, we need to ensure that the data that we receive based on our inspections, based on the compensation fund, RMA, FEM, that we utilize artificial intelligence to guide us in the right directions on where we are supposed to prevent injuries and diseases. Then also, OHS programs need to be implemented by employers, as well as training programs. You could see that there are some workers that works in the digital economy that just starts working. The employer does not take them through what is the risk, what is your rights as a worker, and the most important is a collaborative approach when it comes to this particular team, which deals with artificial intelligence, digitization at work, that we need to be able to work together with all our social partners which are in the room, organized labor, organized business, and government, as well as our experts, which is your professional bodies, etc. So with that, I just want to say thank you. We know that when we collaborate, it divides the task. And so we want to be able to divide the task by collaborating with all the stakeholders. Thank you.
So we're all high challenged because I have to pull it down after Chief Inspector leaves. Thank you, Chief Inspector. So the data she presented is what our inspectors sampled from the week of the 7th to the 10th of April. Just a small sample, because we know there's a lot happening in South Africa. So now that we've seen what we've sampled in South Africa, we're gonna request Mr. Koza. He's connecting online for his presentation to be beamed so he can present to us. Why am I hearing an echo? We're going to request Mr. Koza to take us through his presentation. He's going to talk in evolving OSH challenges due to digitalization, looking at the African context. Remember, we are in Africa, so he's online. You see, digital work even in the conference, but speakers online. I'm trying to rap.
Very much.
Mr. Koza to take us through his presentation. He's going to talk in evolving OSH challenges due to digitalization, looking at the African context. Remember, we are in Africa, so he's on.
Program Director, can you hear me? Good morning, colleagues.
The guys that are connected online, can you confirm for him that we can hear him?
Oh, thank you, thank you. I nearly got worried there. Good morning, everyone. Greetings to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Nomakhosazana Merv. I also want to greet, our Chief Inspector, Madam Angie Moilwa, the Chief Inspector, Millie Reuters, also recognizing our partners, ILO, and also organized labor. My name is Norman Koza. I am from the African Union Development Agency, responsible for the environmental and social risk management for all of our projects that we're implementing in the continent. So I'll be presenting on the topic that I was given, evolving OHS challenges due to digitalization. Looking at, the context of what we are doing at AUD, I will focus mostly in the project that we are also implementing within the African Union Development Agency. Even recently, as we are going, we are focusing much into the enterprise development as an exit pathway to development in most countries. And I think the recognition of the ED is that, it boosts economic growth. It's typically like a key driver for economic growth for small and medium enterprises. But mostly, the debate is about job creations. When we support, SMEs, actually we are trying to, create jobs, opportunities for young people in the continent. As you can see, that we've got challenge of a continent that has got high population of young people. But we're also looking at poverty reduction, where if you empower individuals and families to get a living wage, then that also helps us to escape, from poverty in the continent. We're looking at social change and also improve investor perception for our continent and also our countries as well in that area. But also we are moving forward, in terms of becoming a global influential power as well, not just, a participator, but also, driving the seat. I think you've seen, what's happening with South Africa right now being, leader of G20 and other platforms as well. So enterprise development takes us to that area. And when we look at, the digital technology as well, it's what it helps us to move into that areas. There are a number of AU frameworks that we are following. I just noticed few. But these frameworks, they are working in relations with our regional economic developments, our communities, and then also member states as well, because we are implementing what member states tells us they need to implement. One of those, frameworks is the Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy, which looks at harnessing, AI for Africa's development and prosperity. We also have got a strategy called Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, which it was recently, approved. We are implementing our touch base in terms of what we're looking at there. Within AUD NEPAD, we also developed what we call artificial intelligence and the future of work in Africa, which is a white paper we are trying to implement. And as we are moving forward, also we are looking at African, Union Digital Education Strategy with its implementation plan for 2023 to 2028, which we are busy working. But finally, I wanted to mention that this strategy, it seeks at establishing a framework for engagement and acceleration of adoption of digital technologies in alignment with the continental, education strategy for Africa, which we are developing an implementation plan, and then we will go to ask the countries to sort of like domesticate in that area so that we can drive, the technology, the digital technology we are looking for. So the strategy, the digital strategy, we recognize that, there are certain, key priority sectors that we need to look when we are implementing the digital tech in Africa. I'm sure you can't leave agriculture, because agriculture is the backbone of this continent for decades and decades and decades, actually. But also we recognize that in health, it's critical that we look at this digital tech as well. ICT is one of the booming area in Africa, since I've already mentioned that we've got young, populations that are more tech, wise in those areas. Energy and environment, also climate change is one of the areas that we are looking in those areas. So you can see strategic priorities that we are looking for, but as you can see, we are targeting youth and young women, private sector. We're looking at capacity and also competencies. Industrialization is a key area what we are looking for. I will touch base in one of the projects where we are realizing these issues as well. So in the white paper that I spoke about, there are 4 key area or strategic area or themes. We're looking at the microeconomic, impacts. We're looking at the jobs, skills, and then also in the areas of labor markets and how these interact to make sure that we've got a comprehensive, response to digital tech in our continent as well. This presents insights and recommendations which aim to encourage debate and also collaborative actions towards creating a dignified future for work, for everyone actually in the continent. So we're trying to make sure that everyone is catered, and also this digital technology actually, it respects even, the culture of the continent, it doesn't take outside. I mentioned the 4 areas, which the first one, we need to explore the potential of generative, AI to be a game changer for Africa economies, and how these can be used actually to create a fertile ground for digital growth in the continent. And in impacts also, it hinges, in inclusiveness and sustainability. I think we need to make sure that when we look at this microeconomics, actually, it's also sustainable and inclusive. Remember, when you speak to AU Agenda 2063 Aspiration 1, it speaks about, inclusive and sustainable growth in that area. And when we talk about inclusive, it also comes to the area of, occupational health and safety, because, you cannot have an inclusive and sustainable growth, economic growth in our continent if other people are not benefiting equally, or others are injured or disadvantaged by the technology that we introduce in those areas. But also we push the area of jobs, skills, and also labor markets. Also we look, the participation and involvement of, people who are affected, affected populations in that area. And in this area, we're talking about workers' perspective in that area. But also we need to look at, that this technology, what we are developing is, Africa-centric. The Agenda 2063 is clear in terms of Pan-Africanism, that we need to make sure that the development that is happening in Africa is really driven by the people, who are in Africa. That's why our projects will work with countries to enhance that as well. But I must also confess as well, in terms of the importance of professional digitalizations, that mostly in our corridors in African Union, actually, we haven't tapped, in terms of looking specifically in terms of the role of, digital tech, in terms of occupational health and safety in that area. But what we know is that, in Africa, 85.8% of employment is in informal sector. Recently, ILO estimates that 95% of African youth, which are of age 15 to 24, work in informal sectors. And I think we've seen in different areas, even here, we have seen lots of reports in terms of young people working in, informal sector, underground, abandoned mines and stuff like that. And also when you go to different areas in Africa, you realize that, young people are working in these, as street vendors, taxi drivers, hairdressers, mental workers, and then also repair shops, particularly repair shops, because we have a particular interest in terms of that. So going digital improves the efficiency of the company's operational process. So we should not shy away from that. And I think as African Union as well, we are trying to make sure that we provide an environment that, support these areas, and we develop even programs and projects that funds, these areas, because we've seen even during the COVID-19 that, the digital technology actually assisted us actually to navigate COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 in that area. And I think this platform used it to do that. So coming down to one of the projects that we are implementing that speaks more, we have got a number of projects, in different areas, infrastructure, health, agriculture, in different areas. But I wanted to talk about one project that we are implementing in terms of
I'm going to try and be by you. If not, I'll let you.
Thank you very much. So in terms of skills, because I think that's where we need to start. As I said, when I was presenting that, in our culture, in the African Union, actually, we haven't tapped and moved on in terms of embedding occupational health and safety in our strategies, our roadmaps and stuff like that. We are reliant, mostly working with ILO and other organizations, WHO actually, in terms of enhancing occupational health and safety. And I think we need to move in that area. So in the area of skills, we have got a project called the Skills, Initiative for Africa, which looks at enhancing the occupational prospects of our young people. Is implemented in several areas. Key components of it: one is construction and renovation of Tibet infrastructure. The second one is procure and supply or install state-of-the-art didactic equipment. These are training equipment that we're using in that area, which are digital, tech, equipment that we're using. Also, we are revising curriculum, and developing and also revising curriculum in terms of how to use these high-tech and also, ICT labs and infrastructure that we are putting in that area. But also we do a capacity development of students and teachers, and also providing scholarships in those areas to make sure that we provide, a breeding environment, actually, to make sure that, the technology that we provide in that area, actually, it's taught and also received, equally so, but also supporting those who are coming from vulnerable area in that area as well. But we are also have got a component where we are supporting what we call, piloting of in-country innovations. We identify innovations, digital technology innovations that are happening in the country, and we say, you've got this idea, we are giving you this much for you to scale it up and make sure that it makes, a business for you to be sustainable in that area. So we've got those areas, in that area. One of the areas, some of the pictures that I can show, I think you can see that we have got a construction site, that's happening. I think this is in Tunisia. On the top right there, this is Capricorn, College in Seshego, where we are providing, technology and also equipment for water purifications, for renewable energies, in those areas, and also building a huge ICT, lab and water lab to make sure that the Tibet College will provide that information, and then also providing that. This is sort of like a profile of the pilot project that we are implementing, which is 66 million euros. You can see the countries that are being piloted in, and South Africa being part of it, which is receiving, 7.2 million out of the, total, budget. And this is the money that goes to countries. We're not including money that we are using within the organizations. But what I wanted to stress out in terms of the projects, as a regional, coordinator and manager of, the environmental and social risk management, we make sure that in all the facets of the projects that we are implementing, whether construction, whether it's equipment, whether it's training, whether it's scholarship, we make sure that we include digital ethical framework and codes of conduct in terms of making sure that everyone is there, and the occupational health and safety becomes part of that package as well. We are encouraging a strong user or worker-centered design, which is prevention through design approach in terms of the layouts, the buildings, making sure that it's inclusive in its nature in terms of making sure that we include everyone in those areas. So we also make sure that we involve even the workers in those areas who are working in those areas in terms of digital technology in that area. So we also advance workplace risk assessments and environmental and social risk management, where each and every project has to develop what we call environmental and social management plan and follow through all these issues in terms of the tech and equipment that are used in that area and in terms of constructions in those areas. But also we support, a regulatory framework for environmental health and health and safety and safety liabilities and also responsibilities in relations to new systems and new ways of working in those areas. So it's critical for us also to support effective OSH services to digital workers as well, because within the program that we are working, we have got number of informal and formal colleagues that are working in those areas. When we develop systems, also we cater even the environment and even the people who are in those areas to make sure that they receive the proper health services in those areas. In my conclusion, Africa's focus on harnessing the demographic dividends by aligning national investments with youth empowerment and education. I think this is critical, because we've been working in different development areas, but I think now it's time for us to use the demographic dividends that we have, particularly the power of young people that we have, to sort of empower them in several areas to make sure that when we get, the product out of these young people, actually, it's useful in the market in that area. I spoke about aspiration 1 of the Agenda 2063, which speaks to prosperous Africa based on inclusive and growth and also sustainable development. I repeat that, there's no development that will take place unless, we have inclusive and sustainable development in our economic development in our countries, to make sure that when an investor come and invest in a mine or invest in a tech or invest in any technology, that technology does not disadvantage anyone along the process. Make sure that we have got sustainable development in that area. So safe working places are a critical component of also the sustainable development, as I've mentioned as well. We need to closely work with key stakeholders in the OSH space to advance, the work that we're doing in the development in Africa and make sure that we're reliant to ourselves. Occupational health and safety should not be an afterthought in our development. We need to be part of the development and implementation of it. Needs to be part of the development and implementation of the phases, all phases of this implementation. But also it has to start from the African Union. It has to come from the regional, economic communities, us as development agencies as well, and other organs of the African Union. But more importantly, I think, is for member states, to develop OSH-related frameworks that, are sustainable, and also supportive of the digital technology, because we cannot run away from digital technology as well, as we've seen that even now I'm presenting online. So finally, I think what we're talking about, it's not necessarily, even though we can talk about technology. For us, for me, where I'm sitting right now, Africa cannot be whatever that we can think of. It cannot be, the number of cows you have, or gold, or minerals that you have, or roads, or infrastructure that you have. Africa is the people that are in it. I think that is the real gold of Africa, and we need to make sure that we harness these, gold that we have. Thank you very much.
Tekoza. See, we're trying to demonstrate that we can be sitting here, others can present from which corner of the world they are sitting. We're trying to align with the theme. So, we can give him a round of applause. Thank you. So now that we've heard about the regional context and the African context and the innovation projects that they are busy with to make sure that we try to move as Africa, we heard from you we lag a little bit behind, but we are trying to do something. We want to hear now from Ms. Mungawa. What are the OSH challenges due to digitalization? We want to hear the global context. Over to you, Ms. Mungawa.
I brought my own screen because I foresee this situation of me not being able to see down there. But comes 3-4 years into AI, as the vertically challenged people will be earning ourselves a new title, and many of you will be so jealous. Honorable Minister Meth, I was asked to take you through the global context when it comes to the challenges coming with digitalization. And apparently, since we are benefiting from AI, I can do that in 20 minutes. But after seeing Mr. Koza taking an hour to take us around Africa, I started doubting that that's going to be possible. So I'll try. I'm not yet there, so please tell me how to operate this. Where should I point? To Ms. Reuters. Okay. Okay, I'm going to talk about the challenges coming with digitalization in the space of occupational safety and health. But I was wondering if I start talking about challenges without talking about benefits, I'm going to sound like the last kick of the dying dinosaur. Because we are here to appreciate digitalization, we have to share on its benefits too. I'm forgetting I'm the one who's operating my screen. Okay, I think I'll have to keep turning to my screen. So, I need to be able to see here, but I cannot because of this. Unless, yeah, this this is not fixed, right? Okay, this presentation is based on the global report that the ILO have published, which was released yesterday. I hope most of you managed to have a look at it. It's informed by the in-depth desk review, the interviews, the key informants, and the review of the documents like policies and also practices around the globe. The aim is to provide policy insight, to share the best practices from the world, and to serve also as a resource for governments, employers, and workers, and OSH experts on how to take OSH forward in the digital era, and to facilitate the collaboration and the forward-looking, responsible, and inclusive, as well as the worker-centered approach to occupational safety and health while we are transiting into the digital era. So my presentation is going to talk about what AI and digitalization is all about. What are the options that are available when we are talking about AI and digitalization for occupational safety and health? Where are they being used currently? What are the key benefits before we come to the challenges, limitations, and the risks? And also to share a bit on the collaborative efforts that are happening now globally to enhance OSH. These are the options that the global report have identified after the research and the desk reviews and the interviews with many, many countries, including South Africa. These include the automation and advanced robotics, the smart OSH tools and monitoring systems, the extended and virtual reality, the algorithmic management of work, as well as the changing work arrangement. I just want to go through this in terms of what they are and where they are being used. So when we are talking about the automation and the advanced robotics, we are talking about a number of things. They come in form of things like exoskeletons. I don't know how many of you are already exposed to this in your industry. The exoskeletons are those wearable skeletons that are worn by a worker, and they enhance the capacity of the worker in terms of moving things and lifting things and resisting maybe the pressure or the physical demand of the work. So there are also other wearable robotics. There are drones that we use in some environments. There are also the AI-powered chatbots and the virtual assistants. These are some of the examples of the advanced robotics, automation and advanced robotics. Why are they used? For example, in the healthcare, in some countries, they have noted that when they use these advanced robotics and automation, they manage to reduce the back muscles activities and the leg muscle activities also. That leads to the minimizing of the chances of musculoskeletal disorders. The research has it that the back muscle activities have been reduced by up to 53% and the leg strains up to 63% in the healthcare. So some of you might ask what happens in the healthcare. Are they doing liftings? Are they doing moving of things? They do quite a lot of those. And with the assistance of these automations, they reduce the musculoskeletal disorders. When it comes to other sectors like the construction, mining, and manufacturing, they are using this to do some work remotely, where normally you require a physical or a human to go and do a certain operation or to carry out a task. You send in the automation or the advanced robotics to do that. For example, if the environment is very hazardous, maybe there's a high risk of exposure to hazardous chemical, or it's a extreme temperature, you cannot send a person to go and do the steering of the molten, which is at the 2000 degrees Celsius, but you send the robots there to do the job. The same as in agriculture, where we do a lot of spraying of pesticides. Instead of sending people with the spray cans on their backs, you send in a drone and it does the spraying for you in a safe way, and you keep the workers away. So there are also some methods that are called the chatbots, which are used now in our customer service. I don't know how many of us have so far interacted with the chatbots and the virtual assistants. You visit a website at night, you do not need to leave an email waiting for people to start when the office opens the following morning, but you chat to somebody and then you get some of your questions answered instantly. Then the next one is the smart OSH tools. But before I go to the smart OSH tools, let me look now at the benefits of this automation and advanced robotics. Not the advantage, but the disadvantages or the risks associated with those. So, although the person is going to be safe, or some of the work is going to be done by the robotics, there are always failures associated with mechanical intervention, including maybe because of the design which is not proper, or just a system failure. When the system fails and we have not integrated the human intervention, then the accidents can happen because we have kept our hands off the system and we are not prepared to intervene when it's necessary. When it comes to the wearables devices, these devices are not always designed with the intended user present, so the fitting issues will come in. Some of the things are just ill-designed, some are just not of the right size of the user. And when they are not fitting properly, they can limit our movement and they can cause accidents or discomfort first, and then accidents can happen. They can also produce some noise and vibration that are not good for human being in terms of health, and reduce also the job control and autonomy. So those are some of the risks of the automation and advanced robotics. What about now the smart OSH tools and monitoring system? Smart OSH tools. Many of us have been doing a lot of advice and interventions when it comes to prevention. And we are exposed to the hierarchy of control. We start with elimination, you do the substitution, we do the administrative control. No, I'm wrong. Elimination, substitution, engineering, administration, control, and then your PPEs. Yes, I have a lot of experts here. So in that process, we have not really been introduced to smart tools, but rather things that can, they move with technology at some point, but not as much as we are seeing right now. Hence, the PPE has been sitting at the bottom of your hierarchy of control, and that's where it should stay, by the way. But with these smart OSH tools, we are seeing the transformation of the PPEs, where you see PPEs becoming smart wearables. The helmet is no longer just protecting your head from the head injury, but it's also reading your vitals and monitoring your environment, sending out signals for proper intervention or prevention of the accident. The same with your goggles, the same with your vest. So those are the things that have been introduced as smart OSH tools instead of just the traditional PPEs that we know. There are also other types of things like the environmental sensors. The environmental sensors, they sense in terms of temperature, the air quality, the noise levels. So those are the things that do the sensing before the human being is allowed to enter that environment, and then accidents are prevented. You also have other wearables like the cameras that can be worn by maybe drivers or other type of workers, just to make sure that they are reporting or they are sensing and monitoring the environment, and then the proactive measures can be taken. What are the disadvantages or challenges and risks that come with those? They can malfunction. As I said, the design can be improper or the fitting can be not proper. And then we have also the system that can just fail, and then everything that they are signaling might not be accurate. As we know, the wearables, they always come with discomfort. They bring in that limited or reduced functionality, and then they might lead to accidents. Fatigue or just non-compliance due to poor fitting, and also stress and distraction from the alerts. Just imagine 8 hours on the job and you are wearing something that keeps saying beep, beep, stop, beep, beep, go. It will not be good. It can also work on your mind, and then it causes stress. And then extended and virtual reality. These are the technologies, again, that simulate the environment. I am a nurse by profession, by the way, and the first time I was introduced to the word simulation is when we were doing the nursing demonstration, and you are working on the what do they call it? The dolls to do resuscitation. They call it a simulation. So this kind of simulation is more advanced because it creates the model environment for you to be able to imagine how would a plant look like, how would a construction site look like, how would the event of fire look like. To simulate that environment gives you an opportunity to be able to anticipate the risk associated with that environment and then put measures in place. So those are the issues, those are the options that are now coming with technology, and these have been used, according to our report, when we are using the extended or the virtual reality in training, the learners are retaining the information better. They are understanding the situation better comparing to the traditional classroom because they are like in the real situation. Imagine training a firefighter with a simulated fire scene. You cannot train a firefighter with a real fire, right? But when you have a simulated fire scene, that person is able really to have a feel of, yes, I'm in a burning building. How should I move around this situation? So in Australia, they use that. They simulate the fire scenes and other emergency scenes, and they train their firefighters and emergency personnel on that. In Qatar, they use the same to train their inspectors by simulating a hazardous work environment, and then the inspector go there to do the inspection and to identify the hazard and devise measures to prevent injuries. The same also in Australia, they do that for the pre-construction. Before you do a construction project, you do the simulation of that more of the construction site. You anticipate what is likely to happen, and when the project starts, you are ahead of those issues. So what are the disadvantages and risks when it comes to these simulated realities? So although it offers that immersive OSH training site in the safe environment and enhance the identification of the risks, it can also cause a sense of disorientation because the person is in a simulated environment, which can be a challenge in switching back to their real environment. So many a time it's reported that people exposed to that can suffer a momentary disorientation or the impaired balance because you are in an artificial environment. It can also cause limited visibility, visual strain, motion and coordination related challenges, and the cognitive overload because there's a lot that you have to pay attention to, which is not real, but is information that needs you to process to react. The next one is the algorithmic management of work. This is a computer designed or computer programmed process of anticipating people behaviors, people needs and people skills, and even the performance level. This is quite fascinating but also dangerous because when it's used in the environment where the ethics are lacking, workers will be left to the automated penalty system. The system said you are wrong, you are gone. The system says you are lazy, we cannot hire you. So it's something that requires a lot of ethics and a lot of dialogue and consultation before it's applied. So it's said to assist the system in such a way that when you are at the recruitment stage, you are able to analyze the information that we feed into the system to tell you the preferences, the skills, the limitations, everything about the worker. If you are doing it with a good intention, then you have to put together a program responding to the needs of that worker, not to use it to exclude the worker. And if you are using it for the good intention, then you are able to anticipate the accidents or the risk behaviors of the worker and be able to say, this is a person that you need in this type of environment, and if you are putting him or her in this type of environment, this is a level of supervision, or this is a type of training you need first before the person is engaged in that work. So with this, yes, there is an improvement in terms of scheduling, task allocation, and the workload distribution. It also helps with it to improve the efficiency and to address the skills gaps. But there is that pressure from the real-time tracking, because if this is something that is going to be programmed by the computer, for it to be accurate, you need to feed it with a real-time information. You cannot use obsolete information to program or the information that you want to use on somebody. And the other thing is that it can cause a biased system in terms of recruitment, the biased system in terms of promotion, and as I said, it can also lead to automated penalties, because people will be hands off and say, the system says, the algorithmic is saying like this about you. So there is a lot of ethical implications due to data collection, personal data collection, and that is a constant thing. As I said, it has to be a real-time information. You do not collect information once and that's it. You keep collecting information. So it's also an ethical concern that people keep being monitored in such a way that we are always collecting information on them. And some groups will, as a result, be disadvantaged. Some countries who have reported the use of that or trying those, some have reported it in a positive way, but our reports say South Africa and India say it might reduce the job quality. It might reduce the job quality because of the increased monitoring and increased surveillance and the need to keep having up-to-date data to feed the system. The next one is the changing work arrangement. Changing work arrangement, this we are used to now since COVID. We are now comfortable with teleworking, although from the play that we saw today, we are not so comfortable yet with teleworking and hybrid work and remote work and so forth, because we have to be also prepared with that for the system to work. So the changing work arrangement involves those teleworking, remote work, and hybrid work arrangements. And the reports say up to 12% of the global workforce today is on this kind of arrangement, particularly on platform work. So if we are moving at that pace, we need to see this 12% of the global workforce. How are they coping in terms of mental health, in terms of the work-life balance, in terms of being empowered to be able to disconnect? The right to disconnect is a great concern, because many a time we think that when the person is at home, when a person is given data, given a laptop, given an ergonomic chair, everything is provided to take home, then that person is a 24-hour machine. The person is not a 24-hour machine. He still has the right to disconnect, even if the computer is working, even if the internet is okay, even if the chair is proper. The person still has a right to disconnect. And he still has the right to keep a dog and, and have a family. So the work-life balance have to really be recognized and be respected when we are applying this change of work arrangement. It provides opportunities to groups of people who has been excluded, like people with mobility challenges and people with care responsibilities. So when they are well equipped and well empowered to explore this route of work, they can thrive. So that's what we heard from today's play. So, Honorable Minister, I said I couldn't just sell the challenges without talking about the benefits. So that's what I wanted to say. So now the challenges, there is inadequate home workstation. The employer has to provide that. I know a lot of employers will say, what? There's a chair at the office and another one at home? It comes with a cost, and it depends on what we are trying to achieve. The prolonged screen exposure, because some people, like myself, during COVID, Burerwa and who are the people in the and Simpiwe and Warren, we were on meetings, and even Norman at some point. We were in these endless meetings. Our meetings were, we considered our work related to COVID as additional work that starts after hours. We do other work from 8 to 5, and then COVID after 5 up to whenever. So we didn't really practice our right to disconnect. So I forgive Borera. Yeah, but that's something that we have to train ourselves to do. And from the play that we saw today, we also learned that although Tandy was unhappy with the situation, she did not really bring it to the attention of her supervisor until her mother advised her to take a step. So we cannot assume that when your boss calls you after 6 or after 8, they are applying some procedures or rules of the policy. We cannot assume that they can be considerate before we say, oh, no, I cannot do it. We also have to say that we have to play our part. We cannot be wheeling horses to our disadvantage. It can kill us. And at the end of the day, you were just waiting. You were not really forced to do things after hours. So those are the challenges and risks that comes with the 5 options of digitalization in transforming OSH. I know I'm looking at my wrist, but I do not wear a watch at all. So these are the collaborative efforts in enhancing the OSH in the digital era. I'm just going to take you through some of them. The international initiatives that are happening so far, there are global initiatives that we can borrow from, like the G7 Action Plan for Human-Centered Adoption of Safe, Secure, and Trustworthy AI, which is now to monitor the AI impact on OSH, including the risk assessment and audits, emphasizing the enforcement of labor laws and OSH standards. What about the international OSH institutions out there? They hold webinars on AI and human-robot interaction. It will be a good thing to just look them up and see how to access their webinars. They also explore how the AI can enhance the safety protocols by improving the risk management and streamline workplace operations. So other organizations like the International Organization for Standards is developing standards in the space of technology and AI. The employers and the workers out there, they are also doing the best they can to welcome or to embrace AI into their workplaces. The employers are advocating for skill development because you cannot bring AI and technology and still retain the same level of skills in your workforce. They are advocating for skill development and the incorporation of OSH in the digital implementations. There is a publication from the International Employers and the International Employers Organization on mental health and the impact of the AI in the workplace. The Global Trade Union, on the other side, they also advocate for stronger regulations so that the AI does not come in a way that is disadvantaging the workers. And also to protect the rights of the workers, especially the bargaining rights in the digital platform, which is diminishing. workers do not meet, they do not get to sit around the table for tea and complain about their working conditions, and the unionization become difficult because everybody is on their own. So the trade unions are also doing a lot in this area to make sure that the workers still get protection while they are working on platforms. What is the role of the ILO on this? Of course, our departure point remains the ILO standards on occupational safety and health. Many of you are aware that the ILO Conventions 155 and 187 have become fundamental conventions. Fundamental conventions means that their application through our laws is mandatory. Member states are expected to apply whatever those two conventions are saying and report on a regular basis on how they are implementing that. Apparently, okay, good. So they are really trying to guarantee not trying, but they are designed to guarantee every worker's right to safe and healthy working environment, even in the context of digitalization and the evolving world of work. Through periodic reviews, of course, to prevent occupational diseases, and through continuous improvement and responsiveness of the OSH frameworks. Now, more than ever, our national laws need to keep being reviewed. I serve Eastern and Southern Africa, 18 countries, and I still have countries whose laws are coming from 1940-something. So who are we protecting with a law that old? What are the issues that are we addressing with the law that old? How close can we even be in addressing issues like these, things that were not thought of at that time? So now the challenge is upon us really to make sure that our laws are responsive and they're up to date. So we need more collaboration between employers, governments, workers, and research institutions, because Convention 187 is poorly ratified in our region, but it does not mean application thereof is not mandatory. It is mandatory to the countries. We need to apply those conventions provisions. And there is a provision talking about the OSH research. We are so lagging behind when it comes to research on OSH in our countries. And this is the time that requires that we pull our socks up and become really strong on research. Otherwise, we cannot claim to be protecting workers from things that we do not know, things that we just read from reports that are 10 years old. We have to conduct our own research and be departing from the informed point. So we need the researchers and the academias to cooperate with the government and the workers and the employers on this. Burero, I'm taking people around the world, not around Africa. So, sorry, Director, ceremony. So, yeah, I'm almost done. Okay, there are some instruments that you can read. There are standards that are in making. The ILO is working on standards on the decent work in the platform economy. Hopefully by 2026, we'll be able to see some instrument on that. Also on ergonomics and machinery safety. There are also other global initiatives like in research. Many of you or some of you might have already accessed our global OSH strategy. The ILO have been implementing a global OSH strategy from 2013 to last year. And from 2024, we published a new version of the global strategy. Please look it up. It's from implementation from 2024 to 2030, and it provides for the emphasis on research for OSH to be able to handle these issues that come with a new technology. There's also the ILO Observatory on Artificial Intelligence and the work in the digital economy. Please look it up. And some research going on in the space of occupational safety and health. So with those few words, we are back to Bloemfontein. I hope you enjoyed the tour around the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
penny for the toll. My passport was even expired because apparently I didn't have enough time. I forgot that I was supposed to renew. Can you give her another round of applause? So we'll definitely contact you to help us to unpack the global report and see how it fits to the OSH strategy that was launched by the minister last year, October. Apologies, delegates, for the time. We will break for tea, but I will request that you settle whilst the minister and her guests, leaders of federation and leaders of business, join her for tea. So we will request Mr. Z to play another scene for us, but it will be 15 minutes. He has given us a bonus of 5 minutes as we are trying to make for time. So he's gonna play another scene for us just to demonstrate OSH aspects. Over to you, Mr. Z.
Ladies and gents, I want us to sing a song. This is a song I normally sing on site. It goes like this. Tina siyasebenza ngomthetho. It means we are working, we are following protocols, we are following rules and regulations that are in place. So please guys, sing it with me. This side you're gonna sing tenor, this side you're gonna sing alto, and guys at the back you're singing bass. At the back you're singing bass, and soprano in the front. Yeah. If you don't know the song, please hum it, guys. But if you can sing it, please sing it with us. It goes like this. Thina siyasebenza ngomthetho. Thina siyasebenza. Oh, Thina department.
Thina siyasebenza.
Oh, Thina siyasebenza.
Thina siyasebenza.
Up, my daughter, up. Oh, Thina department.
Thina siyasebenza.
Oh, Thina siyasebenza.
Thina siyasebenza.
Come on, Bess. Oh, Thina department.
Thina siyasebenza.
Oh, Thina siyasebenza.
Thina siyasebenza.
Oh, Thina department.
Thina siyasebenza.
Ongatulia lawyer.
Sisebenza
Oh, Thina siyasebenza.
Thina siyasebenza. Sisebenza.
Oh, Thina department.
Thina siyasebenza. Sisebenza.
Oh, Thina siyasebenza.
Thina siyasebenza.
Osa.
Sisebenza ngomthetho.
That pants for safety. You can have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, remote work has turned our homes into offices, our kitchens into boardrooms. The world has changed so much in the last couple of years. Safety isn't about hard hats, safety boots, and goggles anymore. In this digital age, safety is also about protecting your minds and spirits. Let us meet Lirato, a consent dispatcher, who is also fighting her digital dilemmas. The ladies, kill.
Hello. Hi. Naledi.
Yes.
Oh, wait, let me put you on speaker.
Okay, no problem. I'll
Dude.
wait.
Lady, I
Yes.
don't know where I am.
And I don't know how to check the checker to see if I can find you.
Naledi, I've been driving on this road for 15 minutes.
I heard you, but I just don't know how to enter the system to recheck the coordinates.
Naledi, I'm lost.
But I'm sure I gave you the correct coordinates.
And I followed them. These coordinates you gave me took me to the middle of nowhere. And my cell phone battery is dying.
Oh my God. If you're saying these coordinates are wrong, then I'm stuck.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to check this. I had to reboot the computer and now I can't access the system in which the codes are stored.
How can you not know, Naledi?
Lirato showed me, but I just do not remember. Oh my God, Mpho, what do I do now?
Naledi, you are dispatcher. I go
Yes.
where you tell me.
I know that very well, but at this point in time, I really don't know what to do.
Listen, the storm is going to get worse. I need to get to the clinic or I will be stuck out here in the storm.
I'm getting a call from Miss Lamini.
Good. Tell me what's happening.
No, I can't. She'll be so mad at me.
People's life are at risk, Naledi. Calm down. You need to fix this. My cell phone battery is dying. Call me on the truck radio.
Where's the radio in here? Mpho, how do I get hold of you? Mpho! Oh my God. Dude. Hello, ma'am.
What is going on? I just received a call from the clinic. Their insulin supply has not arrived.
We are working on it, ma'am.
Has Mpho gone to deliver it?
She's on her way, but she's a bit lost.
Naledi, the clinic is furious. Where is the insulin?
Well, ma'am, the thing is, I think I gave Mpho the wrong coordinates.
Okay, check the order code for the correct coordinates.
I can't. The storm caused power outage and I had to reboot the computer, but
what, Naledi?
I cannot access the system in which the codes are stored.
Oh my goodness. Where did you send Mpho?
I don't know, ma'am.
You. Where is Lirato? Please put Lirato on the line.
She's not here. She just set everything up for me and then she left for some personal emergency. But she said she will be back soon, ma'am.
Where did she go?
I don't know, ma'am.
What do you know? Oh God.
You are probably wondering how I got myself into this mess. Well, to be honest with you, I was not ready for this job. I had only started yesterday with training. I get it. I'm a dispatch caller for Aspen Pharmacare, and we produce insulin for South African public health care. I thought my job was to answer phone calls and give delivery drivers directions. Simple, right? How hard can this job be? Thumbs up if you think dispatch calling is easy, and thumbs down if you think it's hard. Have you forgot how we vote? Thumbs up if you think it's easy, thumbs down if you think it's hard. Okay, thank you. Now, this is Lirato, my boss. She's kind enough, just overworked, and that is why they hired me. She told me,
You are here to make things easier for me. I've been doing this job for 10 hours a day for a week. Lalela says, I am tired. I need a break.
Don't worry, ma'am. Just show me what you need me to do. I thought it was going to be simple. Get the order from the client, call the driver, and then get the driver there. Oh my gosh, there is so much more going on.
I showed her everything. I explained to Naledi how the entire system works. The process begins when the clinic contacts us. The dispatch center identifies their urgent need for insulin.
Yes, ma'am.
The clinic provides essential details, including the quantity of insulin required and the unique location code.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This might be a postal code, GPS coordinates, or a clinic-specific identifier.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
If you receive a request via phone line, online portal, or email,
Ngikuzwile, ma'am. Ngikuzwile, ma'am.
ensure the request is logged and prioritized due to the critical nature of the supply. Uzwile?
Yes, ma'am.
We receive the order, verify the details, then choose a driver based on the availability and proximity of the pickup location. Uzwile?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We are responsible for coordinating logistics. Sondela. So, we enter the clinic's location into the dispatch software. This system retrieves the precise delivery address or GPS location based on the code provided.
Yes, ma'am.
by
Ngizwile.
dispatch.
Ngizwile, ma'am. Ngizwile, ma'am. Ngizwile, ma'am.
Dispatch relays the coordination. Driver makes the delivery, and the clinic confirms receipt of the insulin. Uzwile?
Yes, ma'am.
Sondela. By logging the delivery in the electronic system linked to the dispatch center. It's not that
Continue, ma'am.
complicated.
No, ma'am. It's
Good. We close the job and ensure accountability that the job is done. Did you get all of that?
Did you get all
of
of that? I didn't. Oh my God.
Well, I'm sure you're going to do a good job, ne?
Yes, ma'am.
You got that right.
But I've only watched you do it once. What if I mess up?
I thought you said you understood everything.
I did. Well, I mean, I do.
Yeah.
But, ma'am, don't worry. I will handle it.
You got this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Ntombazana, I'll be out for 2 hours. Marang Zobuya. Don't mess this up.
Ma'am, where am I sending this order to?
Mphahlele Health Center.
Can you please elaborate?
Bye-bye.
Oh, my goodness. I got this. I got the Mphahlele Health Center request on email. I logged the request, noting how much insulin they needed. And then I proceeded to enter the coordination location that they sent to me. It's a lot. Trust me, it is a lot. I entered the location for the GPS to get the precise location. And then the health center is in a rural area, and that's another stress. There is no streets or fixed address. I did it. It looked right. I then proceeded to look for a driver. I chose Mpo because she is familiar with the area. I sent her the address, she picked up the order, and then she was on her way. Yo, this is a lot, but it looks right. And then the storm came.
Naledi, hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get the order through, sis?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Everything is fine.
Good, Ntombazana. Lalel, I'm running a bit late, but ungawar, I'll be there by...
That's when the power went off. That is when the power went off. The Wi-Fi switched out. My phone and the computer went dead. And then, after some time, the power came back up. The computer switched back on, but it required a password. I didn't know the password. And then the storm came. The Wi-Fi came back in, and Mpo started calling.
Hello, dispatch.
Yes. Who is this?
It's Mpo, the driver.
Oh, is everything okay?
No. I went to the GPS location you sent me, and it's in the middle of nowhere. No buildings, nothing. Just this dirty road.
Wait, Mpo, are you sure?
Girl, I think I know what an empty valley looks like. Can you check if you gave me the correct address?
Oh, my goodness. Thumbs up if you are like me and this is when you begin to panic. Thumbs down if you think you know what I should do. What should I do?
Run.
Now you guys are changing to thumbs up. It's fine, let's leave it. If you want to know someone, then put that person in an emergency and see how they react. I was in an emergency when Mpo said to me,
Naledi, I'm lost. The GPS location you gave me took me to the middle of nowhere, and my cell phone battery is dying.
And Miss Lamini said,
Naledi, the clinic is furious. Where is the insulin? Naledi, check the order code for the correct address. Oh my goodness, where did you send Mpo?
I was scared. I thought I was going to lose my job. I froze. I didn't know what to do, but most importantly, I didn't even move.
Hi, Naledi, is everything okay? She told me everything. And I won't lie, I was furious with Naledi. She was supposed to make things easier for me, but instead she messed this up big time. But there was no time for that. I had to enter the password and log into the location software. That's when I realized that she entered the wrong location code. I didn't make sure she understood that she had to double check her entry, which made sure Ugut Umpo gets lost by 25 kilometers. Cabangani? to grab the emergency radio and she said,
But ma'am, you never showed me how to use it.
damn, she doesn't know the backup plan. I then grabbed the emergency radio and showed her how she can figure out where Mpo was and give her the correct location to the clinic.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I can found it. I'll see the clinic.
Great job, Mpo. Get confirmation. And I think you should stay there and wait out the storm, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I will do that.
And then I called Mrs. Lamini. Ish.
I won't lie. I was so furious with Lerato.
And I won't lie, I was so furious with Naledi.
And I was so disappointed in myself. But
But
then
then
I
I
realized
realized
something.
something.
I should have said I didn't know enough. I should have said it was a lot to learn quickly. I should have asked for more training and more time to observe.
I should have realized that even though I was exhausted and burned out from the job that I was doing by myself, I should have assessed her to make sure that she knows what to do under certain risk and control emergencies.
I should have given them more time for training and risk assessment. Sometimes we get so busy trying to run the business for the day, forgetting that people need training and assistance. Training and risk assessment. Let us vote. Our SAWA safety net, thumbs up for our SAWA safety net, or thumbs down if you do not think it is necessary. Okay, I get it.
Otine department siyasebenza. Uthina siyasebenza. Uthine department siyasebenza. Sisebenza ngomthetho.
I'm sure abasebenzi bayavuya for ingoma. Is it on? Okay. Thanks, Mr. Z, for demonstrating practical importance of understanding mental processing for information. Because that was a very key aspect in what they were doing. Because there's no job that is not important, because the value chain process is very important. I'm sure we've seen the subtle issues of violence and harassment in the scenes that demonstrated. So we're going to ask Mr. Mabele now to talk us about mitigating violence and harassment in digital platform work, and also give the message of support from the ILO. Thank you.
So, Minister of Employment and Labor, Honorable Nomakosazana Math, Mazocho, honorable members of parliament, government officials that are present, representatives from business. I think I saw some leaders here, Lebu, representatives of organized labor. I think I saw Ndate Soli Petwe. I hear that you prefer to be called SOX. My colleague Penny, who was here, and all delegates, good afternoon. Honorable Minister, I never felt so disadvantaged, but sitting next to the program director, and she whispered to me that you're going to have to cut your time by 5 minutes. And I wished I was sitting elsewhere. I think I'll work with the program director. Thank you. I have decided to just categorize the inputs into 3. I was asked to talk about mitigating violence and harassment in digital platforms. So I will share a personal experience. Then secondly, I'll give some examples in terms of violence and harassment in these digital platforms. Then finally, I will share the message of support. I have about 5 points. about 29 years ago, I think it's almost 30 now, when I was a young professional, I decided to join one of those fitness centers. And some of you may recall what was called Health and Racket, which now is Virgin Active. And thank you to the former president, and may his soul rest in peace, President Nelson Mandela, who in 2000 convinced the businessmen, to take over Health and Racket. So I decided to join Health and Racket. I wanted to look, and feel, healthy. But I'm raising this because there was an invention that was introduced at the time, which is relevant today. Some of you may have heard of this experience. So Health and Racket had introduced a talking scale. And we all know how these, AI-related gadgets talk. If you step on this scale and then you weigh 85.5, it's going to say 85.5 next, 68.9 next, 98.5 next. So then I noticed that the queue was long. People were excited. And I think the speakers before me shared some of the experiences, the benefits that make us to be excited. For instance, now when I'm driving, also I say, "Hey Siri," and then Siri responds. So everybody was excited about this. But I noticed that people were not moving away after weighing themselves. And I was curious what was going on. And one noticed that, we're different. Some of us are tall, some of us are short, some of us are a little substantial. So I noticed that there was somebody who was a bit substantial there. And people didn't have to see what this person weighs. They can just listen as long as you're close enough. 85.5, next. 88.9, next. And this person went on the scale. Digital, beautiful invention, the scale talks. And when the person stepped on the scale went bizarre. Beep, 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 one at a time, one at a time. Now, you can imagine, you know that you're the only one who is on that scale. You look on your right, you look on your left, there's no one, but you are being told that no, one at a time. So I'm going to end it here. But the point I'm trying to make here is that this was a beautiful invention because it was also sensitive, even for persons with disabilities. Because somebody who actually has problems with eyesight, but they can hear, they could hear. But then the person was embarrassed, they left the fitness center. But the point I'm making, somebody designed that scale. Penny was talking about algorithmic management earlier. So somebody put together an algorithm that says, if you weigh more than a particular weight, therefore, it should be considered there's more than one person on the scale. And probably that designer is somebody who does not have any issue with weight. They probably weigh about 65.5. So I really want us to apply caution, especially those of us who are in policy development, because there's what is called subconscious bias, which sometimes get in as we are designing, as we are planning, and all that. The second part I want to talk about is violence and harassment. And I want to quote Honorable Minister, one of the ILO conventions which South Africa ratified in 2021. And this is ILO C-190 on violence and harassment. And if you look at Article 3, it recognizes violence and harassment. And it further says it can occur through work-related communication, It can occur through communication technologies. And therefore, we definitely need to be careful. But I want to come back home. South Africa has the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And if you look at the plan, it does emphasize the importance of creating safe environments. And this includes digital platforms. It calls for multi-sectoral coordination. But I want to then highlight about 4 examples out of many in terms of what do we mean by violence and harassment in the digital platforms. There's online harassment and cyberbullying. And fortunately, the Code of Practice on preventing and eliminating harassment in the workplace, it makes reference to cyberbullying. Because there are instances where employees or workers are being targeted through social media platforms with harmful messages. And sometimes the sender is not aware that the message is harmful. So there's going to have to be a lot of unlearning that we do so that you know when you have crossed the line. The other example is what is called doxing. And doxing actually is a very malicious act of publicly revealing information about someone, which sometimes can lead to severe privacy violations and potential physical harm. I don't know how many of us in the room have probably been victims of doxing. The other one is sextortion, where people will be coerced, which involves the threat of sharing sexual images. And this sometimes happens at work. And unfortunately, we sometimes witness some of the consequences in the public domain. And I don't want to mention any examples because some are sensitive. We cringe when we look at our television sets. And you are watching high-profile figures being entangled in some of these. The last one that I want to talk about is deep fake pornography. And the use of AI can be detrimental because AI can create and manipulate videos or images of individuals. And can you imagine if this is done without consent and then it's published? When we see, we are seeing you, we are seeing Simpiwe, and there could be reputational damage. My last part, and this includes the support that the ILO would like to provide, in this instance, Honorable Minister. There's about 5 key points or takeaways when it comes to mitigating violence and harassment. The first one is about implementing clear policies. The policies have to be clear in terms of ensuring that we define unacceptable behavior. If you look at Article 1 of Convention 190, it's clear that an act of violence and harassment doesn't have to happen 3, 4, 5 times to be classified. A single occurrence can actually be classified as an act of violence and harassment. The second one, to provide training and awareness. You will recall, Honorable Minister, I whispered to your ear and I said there has to be cross-pollination between the branches. I belong to a branch in the ILO called Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. Penny belongs to a branch called Occupational Safety and Health and Environment. But we work together because we know the impact of violence and harassment when it comes to occupational safety and health. So we need to provide training programs that reflect that cross-pollination. Creating reporting mechanisms is going to be important as well, where we develop accessible and confidential reporting mechanisms. it should be respected, the fact that I'm not ready if I felt or I was violated by any means. The fourth one would be offering support services. I am aware that we used to have what is called employee assistance programs. They kind of went down in terms of their attention, but I think the time to revive those programs is now, because part of the impact is on mental health. And finally, to monitor and enforce the policies and act immediately, because sometimes we delay in acting and it would come across that an alleged perpetrator is being protected. I want to conclude by a statement of a psychologist, Albert Bandura, who passed on in 2021, but had written a lot of books. When AI was gaining momentum, he said, and I open quotes, people who believe they have the power to effect change and improve their circumstances are more likely to take action against injustices, including digital harassment and violence, I close quote. So we need to encourage people to act. Ndade Soli, I'm looking at your direction here. Before coming here, I actually looked at collective bargaining agreements. And what I was looking for was whether they make provisions for violence and harassment that is linked to digitalization and AI. And I could not find any. So part of what has to be done to protect workers and ensure that the support from business is effective, we're then going to have to negotiate new collective bargaining agreements. Honorable Minister, the light is too much here. And I have a condition, and I was struggling, to keep my eyes, and not blink, because I have a condition called asymmetrical blinking. And what it means, my eyes don't blink at the same time. If I'm looking at your direction, one eye blinks, and then the other one will follow. And if you notice this, please don't get offended. I'm not sending any signals. I am just having a condition. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Mabele. I'm sure delegates, you got the message loud and clear. Ne? It's the condition, it's not him. How you interpret it? There's no harassment. No complaints must be received after this. He did declare that it's a condition. Thank you, Mr. Mabele, for that important message. So if in our workplaces we do not have any policies or measures to address issues of violence and harassment, please, when we go back, let's spread the word, let's spread the gospel. It's an important aspect in health and safety. So let's address it. So we've seen everything, demonstration, everyone, but let's look now at the practical application. Is there a company now that is currently using robotics and AI to enhance health and safety whilst looking at productivity? So to the stage, I'm calling Mr. Timare from Atlantis Foundry, who have ventured in that space and they've seen the results. Over to you.
A humble good afternoon to everyone. I am Tian from Atlantis Foundries in the Western Cape. Just the next button. So I'm Tian from Atlantis Foundries. I'm the GMR 2.1 of the plant. And we as Atlantis Foundries are truly honored to be here today, to be able to share with everyone our journey with regards to AI, digitization, automation, robotics, etc. So first, a little bit of background. So our roots dates back to 1979 when we were first established as Atlantis Diesel Engines, and then in 1999 established by Daimler Chrysler. 2015 became part of a global foundry group, and in 2020 Daimler Truck. Okay, so our plant is just over 900,000 square meters, more than 800 employees. We have more than 20,000 solar panels that helps generate more than 100,000 megawatts per year to do our bit for the environment. And also, in terms of tonnage, we output just over 100,000 per annum, okay? Now, so we are foundry at our core, right? So just to give a little bit of background, we procure scrap metal locally. We then transport that scrap metal to our induction furnaces where we melt it in excess of 1,500 degrees Celsius. We then take that metal, we pour it into a green sand mold with a silica inner core. Then after various pre-casting processes, we then pack it, ship it as a proudly South African product all the way to Europe and the US, okay? Then the Europe and US, it's then assembled into the trucks, the most famous one, the Actros Mercedes trucks, or the trucks that you see driving in the roads here. 9 out of 10 times the engine comes from South Africa, okay? Okay, so now going to the next one. So why AI, why digitization, why robotics? So of course, with the complexity of our operations, it makes sense to go that way for any business in today's day and age, for you to remain and stay competitive, okay? So efficiency, increased production, consistency, improved capacity even. Quality as well, processes is able to repeat itself continuously. But most important, health and safety. And today I've brought a couple of examples with me, which I'd like to show to everyone, also to create awareness of the exact benefits of it actually being in application on the shop floor, okay? So the examples that I will show has varied complexities. We'll start with least complex, moving up, ramping it all the way from the shop floor all the way to the top, okay? So the first one, we'll start off with two of our stars of the shows, Eben Etzebeth and Cheslin Colby, okay? So if you look at the picture on your left, a drilling operation which a few years ago was highly manual, meaning that the operator would have to, at very high cycle time or takt times, drill a workpiece, one after the other, and sometimes hundreds and hundreds per day. So as you can assume, all of our health and safety experts here today, repetitive movements, strain, also particles flying towards, in and out, towards the operator, and also respiratory. So if you look at what Cheslin is doing there, repeating it quite proficiently, and where's the operator then? Right next to Cheslin, in a safe space, performing quality and acceptance protocols. The strain removed from the operator's daily work, however, using the experience and skill of the operator to then make sure that we get the benefit of quality, the benefit of the process flowing like it used to, and also, of course, the benefit to the employee health and safety. Okay, quite simple, however, very, very effective and very, very beneficial both to the company and also to the employee. Okay, next one. A little bit more complex, grinding, lifting, a combination exercise. So as you could imagine, risks involved in grinding. So before you have to grind, you have to lift and pick up half a ton process block, okay? So lifting, repetitive strain, obviously also the noise of constantly having to do it. And remember, doing it at very, very high cycle times, tech times, etc. Right? Pulling strain, decibels, face shielding, etc. And have a look at how the process is conducted. And the operator, again, move to perform quality process inspections, etc. So complementing the process, but also removing the hazards and taking the human, putting them in a safe space to perform their functions. Okay? If you think about the hierarchy of mitigation, so elimination, substitution, engineering, administrative, and then lastly PPE, if you think at specifically this one, the human being exposed to that hazard, that's the risk. So which do you apply? Not PPE first. Eliminate, take the human, put them in a safe space, hazard completely eliminated. Okay? Now let's move the complexity level one higher. Multi-operational assembly. So if you were to look at the picture on your left, multiple risks and hazards involved, all the way from tripping, all the way from pulling, all the way from strain, and as we all know, with multiple cranes on the shop floor, all of the inspections, all of the duty cycles of the cranes, etc. Hazards, hazards, hazards. So look at the video. As we can see, highly automated. And let's look at the next one. Where's the operators now? Right next to it, in a safe space, complementing the process, checking up on the process, making sure that everything is running the way it should, while the robots perform all the heavy lifting. So again, think about that hierarchy of mitigation. Eliminate completely, complement. Much better for the operator, much better for their family, much better for the company as well. So then, if we think about also being a foundry, as we know, highly complex, but also one of the most intimidating areas in workplaces that you can get, right? So we melt metal. Very, very difficult to do it cleanly and safely. But we have come a very long way. So for instance, have a look at this one. Harsh environment. Of course, a very big workpiece, noise exposure, visibility, air particles, high tech times. Look at how the robot does it. And then, of course, enclosed, containing the hazard, operator, right outside, performing the inspections as per normal, etc. Again, think about that hierarchy. Elimination first, and it's very, very easy for a company to just document that, hey, I couldn't have eliminated, I couldn't have substituted, I couldn't have engineered, by the way, PPE. You can go the extra mile. Okay? Then, a little bit about our process. So we've heard it now quite a few times. For us, we live, breathe, and eat risk assessments all the way from procurement to design, to implementation, to the maintenance. Risk assessments is in the heart and nature of everything that we do, all the way from the process to the human, to procurement, all over. But we also must be cognizant of the risks that's being introduced back into the process with robotics. So for instance, yes, you now have a robot and it makes sense, hey, just enclose the entire area. Well, it's not always practical. You have to really, really sit and think about how you do it, what's the best way for the operator, what's the best for safety, and then obviously afterwards, quality and efficiency, but safety at the heart of it. Whether it's a general enclosure, there's standards that you need to have that enclosure, sorry, there's standards that you need to have that enclosure designed and implemented too. And there's very, very good guidelines from the GMR to the ISO standards and the SANS that helps in the design, construction, and implementation thereof. Exceptionally, exceptionally critical. The middle one, for instance, where there's a little bit more complex, and you can't just put a gate around it, you consider sectional guarding, you consider highly intelligent and effective safety protocols such as sensors that helps the operator keep them safe, triggering methods, all of those engineering principles. But it takes extra and extra effort for a company to be able to implement it, but it is highly, highly valuable. The last one, of course, audio or airborne enclosures or particle enclosures, where you have the risk of the sound, you have the risk of objects flying, enclose, make sure it complies to the ISO, the GMR, the SAN standards, etc. And the risk is mitigated. It's mitigated. Then, coming into closing. So safety for us, it's not a one-man job. It is a culture driven by highly motivated, all of our employees, all of our partners at home, all of them working every day and night to make sure that our employees go safe to their families after a hard day's work and their health and safety is intact. But also, not even us, we can't do it alone. Partnerships with corporations outside, collaboration, such as the RMA, or even getting Mr. Z to come and sing and preach health and safety for all of us. It really is a continual effort and something that we will certainly keep striving towards and keep pushing for. And that's it from me. Thank you, everyone.
I'm short, ne? Thanks, Mr. Mare, for that practical demonstration. So we've seen how AI can enhance health and safety and also positively impact on productivity. I'm not saying we are not going to spend money. You need to spend in order to benefit. So try to look at the balance. So can we give him a round of applause again? Before we go to the messages of support, I will request Ms. Mungao, Mr. Mabela, and Mr. Mare to come back on the stage to get their tokens of appreciation from the department. We know it takes a lot of effort to prepare and present in front of an audience. So we just want to say thank you as the department for making sure that we impart knowledge to our guests. Can I request the ILO to come? So we'll now move to the next phase of the program. Can I check if our business rep from Busa is here? Okay. Our rep from NAC2? Can I get an indication? Fedusa? SAF2? Okay, COSATU I've seen. So can I request the Busa rep to come and give us the message of support? We've heard everything on what needs to be done when it comes to AI and robotics in relation to health and safety. So we want to hear what happens. But all messages of support, Bagets, I've learned a new word. I'm requesting 5 minutes.
Thank you, Program Director. Don't worry, I'll give you your 5 minutes. Okay, my job is easy today, and I think one job I thoroughly enjoy. So, Honorable Minister Meth, Acting DG, esteemed colleagues and partners, I'm really glad to come here and give a message of support for all the work that has been done by the people in this room. It is both an honor and a responsibility to address you today on an occasion to commemorate the World Day of Health and Safety at Work. On behalf of organized business, I bring a message of partnership, of shared responsibility, and of bold optimism for a safer workplace, empowered workplaces, technology that builds and transforms inclusive, growing economies. Today we stand, my apologies for that. Today we stand at the intersection of a profound transformation. Digitization and artificial intelligence are redefining not just how we work, but how we care for those who work. From predictive analytics that anticipate risks before they manifest, to wearable devices that detect early signs of heat stress or fatigue, innovation is converting risk into insight and insight into prevention. This revolution in health and safety can become not just reactive, but it can make us as businesses and employers proactive. Yet, we must proceed with humility. Innovation without ethics becomes intrusion, and progress without dialogue becomes disruption. It is our collective duty to ensure that digital transformation remains human-centered, ethical, inclusive, and aligns with the dignity of all workers. Employers have a central and proactive role in shaping this responsible evolution. Across sectors, we have to embed a culture of prevention through integrated digital OHS management systems, investing in upskilling and reskilling, ensuring workers do not only adapt, but thrive in a digitized, mitigated environments. Also prioritizing mental health and psychosocial well-being, especially in hybrid and remote settings. Strengthening social dialogue, working together with government and labor to ensure that digital progress is accompanied by transparency and inclusivity. We affirm our commitment to global frameworks which call for governance of technology in ways that preserve human rights and workplace safety. From an African context, we have been addressed on digital transformation that is advancing across Africa, bringing both the promise and complexity in work safety. However, it also reveals distinct OHS challenges shaped by our continent's socio-economic, infrastructural, and institutional realities. But in these challenges lies an opportunity for leapfrogging. Mobile-enabled safety reporting, drone-based inspections, blockchain-based certification for informal workers. These are not just distinct possibilities. They are viable African-driven solutions that are ready to be scaled in on our continent. And when we zone into the South African context, South Africa has a dual imperative: addressing persistent unemployment and alleviating occupational health burdens in sectors like mining, agriculture, construction, and manufacturing. Digitalization, if embraced responsibly and inclusively, can become a catalyst for, number one, AI-driven health and safety innovations in high-risk sectors like mining, where predictive models can reduce fatalities and long-term illnesses. Also strengthening SMMEs, which form the backbone of our economy, by providing affordable access to digital OHS tools through private and public partnerships. Addressing critical data gaps by supporting the generation and dissemination of data on SMME-specific information on digital adaptation and AI readiness, and also encouraging, again, public and private partnerships with academic collaborations with institutions to institutionalize SMME data ecosystems. We also need reliable data to ensure evidence-based policy, tailored sectoral strategies, and informed investment decisions. Empowering also rural and informal work health through wearables, whether through wearables or telehealth platforms that can reach those beyond the scope of what we call traditional systems. Preparing our youth as well for the future of work through investment in digital and soft skills, particularly in technical and vocational education, and ensuring algorithmic fairness by confronting technological bias and designing AI systems that reflect the diversity of our workforce and society on this continent and in South Africa. Colleagues, the workplace is not merely a site of production. It is a space of protection, a foundation for potential, and a testament to our shared purpose. We call on government and partners to co-create enabling policy frameworks that support responsible innovation, strengthen OHS systems and institutions, promote ethical use of data and work-centric technologies, and extend safety protections to all forms of work, formal, informal, digital, and platform-based. Let us make World OHS Day not only a moment of reflection, but a springboard for visionary leadership and collaborative action. I think today we saw from Mr. Z that for the sake of Thandi, Unaledi, and Mpho, let us commit to make safety smart, to make innovation inclusive, to make every workplace a place of dignity, protection, and care, and ensuring a safe, growing economy. I think the acting DG said it beautifully that economic growth and health and safety should not be mutually exclusive. I thank you.
Thanks, Busa. I see the standard was not met. Yes. I'm going to request Safto to come and give us the message of support, and they'll be followed by COSATU.
Thank you. When I passed there, Comrade Soli was saying Wanaka. Usually it's said that the parent must be the first one to speak and the child must come after. We were born from COSATU. We don't deny that. A message of support. Firstly, let me thank the Honorable Minister, all the leadership, and different stakeholders that are present today. I'm standing here as the interim secretary of the province in the Free State of SAFTU. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, I rise on behalf of SAFTU and its proud affiliates of the Free State. The message of support is very important, and we would like to thank each and every one that made sure that this gathering becomes a success. We need to rethink the future of occupational health and safety. Under the banner of revolution, we must revolutionize health and safety in the workplace. Digitalization at the workplace, it must also be revolutionized. We thank the Department of Labor and Employment and Labor about creating this dialogue. But as SAFTU, we don't want to take too many minutes. We'd like to stick to 5 minutes. Workers' lives are not a disposable. Health and safety, it's not a luxury. Health and safety, it's not an operational checkbox. It has to be in the workplace. We are committing ourselves as the federation to say we'll stand with the department and make sure that we sign that accord. Let the accord not gather dust. Let it be within all the workplaces. Let there be workshops. Let it be in all clinics. Let's make sure that each and every worker understand and know the importance of health and safety in a workplace. Right here in the Free State, Honorable Minister, we have workers that are EPWPs. Those workers are working in very dangerous places without any proper PPEs, protection clothing, and that is uncalled for. But we hope that today, as we are standing here, as the Department of Labor in the Free State is also listening, inspectors will be sent to make sure that those workers are safe. We must not run away from the fact that we're going to lose members because of this digitalization. But it's fine. We need to adapt. Let us commit to creating a very safe workplace. Let us commit to empowering our workers. Let us commit to technology that liberates and does not exploit workers. Let us commit to dignity in every job, from being the highest to the far, far, far last farm. Safety must be applied. Let us not fear innovation. Leaders, let us not fear innovation. Let us not wait for another comrade to lose his or her life. We will make sure as SAFTU that we stand together with all these stakeholders to make sure that digitalization and this technology also serves important to workers. Viva to the rights of healthy and safety, viva. Viva to the power of organizations, viva. Viva to working together, viva. Amandla. Thank you very much.
Mandla. 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 Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge the Minister with the team that she's with, the DG, with your officials, the ILO. Rest assured, Comrade Mabana, in COSATU here, we've got negotiators who are sitting in the bargaining council, both in the private sector and public sector. So in the next round, you're going to find that that issue arising. Colleagues, comrade from COSATU, SAFTU, business sector, and I'm happy that the business person, she has made it very easy for us. Working together, we can do more. I hope that going back, Minister, practice what we preach. On behalf of more than 1.6 million workers, COSATU, across the economy of all the sectors, we stand here today not just to give a message of support, but to raise Minister, DG, and action. And we're very happy with the presentation that we have made here in terms of the assessment, inspection, the notices of non-compliance and all those things. We hope that, I'm repeating, we hope that those who are not complying will face the music. Minister, you have our support with your department as COSATU. Because since you came in, you know, you are like Minister, the late Minister Mdladlana. Minister Mdladlana, when he came in, he said, the Pope can dance. And indeed, we can see from your side that you are on the ground. And we saw you doing not only on occupational health and safety issues, all the legislation that governs the workers. I don't know how far you with that action of those 64 or 66% employers who are not complying with the employment equity. There's 34% of employers who are complying in South Africa. It means 64 is not complying. And we want an action, Minister. Every worker has a right, as software said. Every worker has a right to health and safety. And as you indicated that you want us to minimize, I had prepared a speech, not a message of support, but I'm going to summarize it. The IE, AI, and digitalization at work, we must put what will be the role of the trade union movement. What is the role of the trade union movement in making sure that digitalization does not make workers to lose their jobs? Minister, I was in China. One of the workshop that I attended, or the meeting there, was about modernization and the role of the trade union movement. In China, there's a modernization, there's technology, but workers are not losing their job. But in South Africa, there's a digitalization, workers are losing their job. And we are saying, with the national democratic revolution, that you are revolutionizing the health and safety today, we are going to see a change in South Africa as we celebrate this day today, instead of celebrating it next week when we're celebrating our Freedom Day. We expect an action as we go and as we are mobilizing you as workers. You are all workers here. We are mobilizing you to celebrate the International Workers' Day on the 1st of May. In all the 9 provinces, COSATU will be celebrating the May Day. Minister, what we are calling for this is that we call for safety and secure work environment, and we are calling that workers have a direct say in how these technologies are implemented. Health and safety, as we said, is a right and is not negotiable. No worker must be replaced or displaced without a full protection, including, I don't want to say compensation. We must just say, DG, No worker must be replaced because of digitalization. I've heard you when you were speaking here. But you see, this AI, if you go to the private or to the hospitals, you will see how it's replacing workers. And we're saying, Department of Employment and Labor, you have a responsibility to protect the rights of the workers in this country, and you have a support of a COSATU, over 1.6 million workers. We support your program. But we also want to say, SAFTU has mentioned in Free State. I mean, I want to mention one issue where COSATU is picketing and demonstrate today in Limpopo and Tatetlati. One of the state, the entity of the state, SABC, is not complying with Occupational Health and Safety Act. And I'm asking you, when you move here on Monday or Tuesday, go and do inspection. I know you'll do that. I know you'll do that. As we did, Minister, you owe us a trip with Mili to that friend of yours. It's a friend of, not you, Minister. A friend of Mili called, do you want me to mention that name? I'm not going to mention it. Otherwise, you will tell him. But we want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Federation to thank you very much for taking this program to celebrate this date. As we said, let's practice what we preach. Let's move out from theory. We said we are now taking out the national democratic revolution to the workers, to the workplace. Let's do that. And we're there supporting you, Minister, once again with your program, and make sure that all employers comply. Menake, Minister has said that I've appointed myself as self-inspector. I don't need a permission for anyone. When workers are being treated unfairly, you will find me there. Minister, my last word to you, can you conclude the amendment of the Health and Safety Act? You want me to give you a deadline? On a serious note, colleagues, the Health and Safety Amendment left NETLEC in 2016. It was Minister Oliphant, Minister Tulas, and I'm sorry to say that all of them, the two of them, they lied to us. That's why I'm tempted to give Minister Methi a deadline, because that's the life of workers. We know we've submitted names of the advisory councillors. We need to conclude that, Minister. And because you are consulting workers, I'm not going to give you a deadline. We'll consult separately. I can see others were smiling, and they won't get that from me. Thank you very much, Minister.
Can you give another round of applause to our social partners? Now that we've addressed the levels of prevention, and we've got the mutuals that often compensate and make sure that people rehabilitate, but they invest a lot in prevention so people don't reach the tertiary level. So I'm going to call the representatives from FEM to come and give a message of support, followed by the representative from RMA to give their messages of support. So in that order, thank you.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister Meth and your team. As a representative of one of the organizations that provides the COID benefit services to the construction industry together with the compensation fund, we want to take this opportunity, standing here in this beautiful city of Bloemfontein, and to say that today is more than just a commemoration. It's a call to action. It's a moment of reflection and recommitment to the core principle that every person, every breadwinner, in every role, in every industry, deserves to go home safe and healthy at the end of their working day. And as such, we at FEM strongly believe that every accident is preventable, and that an industry with a zero accident rate is achievable. This year's ILO theme, Revolutionizing Health and Safety, the Role of Artificial Intelligence and Digitalization at Work, could not be more timely. We're living through an era of transformation, one in which technology is rapidly reshaping the way we live, work, and think as well. We've seen how digital tools are unlocking new frontiers in safety. AI-powered systems can now detect hazards before they occur. We heard that earlier. Wearable devices can monitor fatigue in real time. The minister herself was in Russia, seeing these new things that they've developed. These innovations are not science fiction anymore, and they can make a real difference in our workers' lives. But technology alone does not make a workplace safe. We've heard so many speakers share insights on some of the OHS challenges due to digitalization. It is how we use it. It is the decisions we make, the investments we prioritize, the organizational values we live by, and the cultures we create with digitization. It is our people, empowered by the tools, supported by leadership, and driven by a shared vision of care and accountability. And that's why partnerships are essential. We cannot do this alone. We need government, we need labor, we need business to work together in order to achieve these end goals. And businesses have to invest in this innovation in order to bring it to our workers as well. We've seen the power of collaboration in the construction sector, where we continue to advocate for safer workplaces through industry partnerships, safety campaigns, and investing in education as well. Our data just from last year highlights critical needs for improved safety measures. Struck by accidents was the leading cause of workplace injuries, which included 19 fatalities in 2024. And that's just from our business itself. These numbers just reinforce the needs for proactive risk management and safety training. I want to take a moment to recognize the Department of Employment and Labor for their leadership in advancing the health and safety agenda across South Africa. Your efforts in convening this event and many others that we've participated in, as well as those that are coming that we've heard of, are a testament to your commitment to collaboration and your belief in a future where no one is left behind. To organized labor, thank you for keeping the voice of the worker front and center. To business and employers, let us keep striving, not just to meet targets, but to set the right standards. And to every employee, your health, your safety, and your voice does matter and is very important in this country of ours. The future of health and safety is not just digital. It is collaborative, inclusive, and mostly it's deeply human. Let's all commit to make a meaningful difference in this world. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, to all the delegates, comrades. Thank you for having us today. It's a privilege to be able to commemorate such an important day in our health and safety calendar. Digitization and automation are impacting millions of lives and millions of jobs worldwide, presenting both opportunities and threats to occupational health and safety. While automation and smart systems can reduce exposures to hazardous conditions, prevent workplace injuries, it does pose a challenge for us as a country with a mixed economy. As a country, we are conflicted with keeping up with best practices and advancements in technology and AI, yet employees don't even have the most basic of health and safety practices in their workplace. This has been highlighted in Millie's talk earlier from the recent blitzes. For example, we as RMA, through our prevention program in the metals class, which is the iron and steel and automotive sector, have witnessed the challenges employers have to face. An SMME trying to keep their doors open, creating employment, which requires balancing things such as load shedding, and then trying to invest in health and safety. Employees not having hygienic facilities where they can go to the bathroom or have something to eat at work. No PPE, environments that we still find asbestos, dust problems. The challenge is, how do we as a country bring in AI and technology when the basics are not in place? How can this be funded with our socio-economic climate that we find ourselves in? We have to ask ourselves these difficult questions. We have to do better as a collective. This includes our tripartite structure that needs to work together using a participatory approach to maximize the benefits of digitalization, but at the same time ensuring that we give our employees their most basic right, a right to a healthy and safe workplace. We must ensure that digital transformation is possible, that it does not further exacerbate unemployment, but strengthens rather than compromises safety and health at work. As the ILO states for this year's theme, if we adopt a collaborative, forward-looking, and worker-centered approach, we can ensure innovation leads to safer and healthier, as well as more sustainable workplaces, benefiting everyone involved. At Rand Mutual Assurance, we go over and above just paying workmen's compensation. This will not bring a wife or a son back. Through our prevention program, which we offer at no cost to our metals class, we try and help our companies in putting in practices to reduce the incident rate. But more importantly, we strive to have workplaces that have the tools, the systems, and practices to enable the employees' rights of a healthy and safe workplace. We implement psychosocial programs. The gentleman talked earlier about the demise of EAP programs. Through our wellness program, we're addressing issues such as financial stress, substance abuse, and mental health challenges. In closing, I urge all of us on the commemoration of World Health and Safety Day to do more, to push the boundaries in occupational health and safety, to speak out when it's unsafe, but more importantly, to fix what is unsafe. Let us remember those who have lost a life, a husband, a mother, a friend from work. We owe it to these loved ones to protect and to commit ensuring our workplaces and practices prevent such. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the mutuals. You can see the core branding, ne? Remember, we said we cannot do alone. We cannot do it alone as the department. In South Africa, health and safety is fragmented, but a worker is a worker. So on that note, we'll request the CEO from Railway Safety Regulator to give us the message of support from the RSR, as the department is also represented on the RSR board.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, delegates from the Department of Employment and Labor, thought leaders in the industry, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bongani Sibia. I'm the acting CEO of the Railway Safety Regulator, an entity under the Department of Transport, which is established in terms of the Railway Safety Act 2002, as amended. Our mandate is to oversee railway safety within the South African borders, and also we interact with other regional countries within the SADC space. Our roles and responsibilities ensure that trains operate safely, and key to that is the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which assists us in terms of establishing legislation, as well as ensuring that we're able to regulate safely. And we're realizing that the interaction of new technology brought into the system by rail operators requires a good interaction, or at least an interface with human beings, which is the workers. And we commit that through our legislation and our mandate, we'll continue to collaborate with the Department of Employment and Labor to ensure that we achieve safe operations. At the center of it should be the looking after of employees and ensuring that people that utilize the system are safe. And Honorable Minister, I think what is important for us is to ensure that the collaboration that we have with the Department of Labor, we maintain so that we do not lose focus in terms of what is critical in terms of the work that we do. And central to that is to ensure that at any given point, we do not compromise the healthy and safety standards within the operations as rail operators continue to develop their system and bring about new technology. That will obviously need to interface with the human beings that will be managing those systems. We must ensure that the legislation, as well as the regulatory tools that we have in place, are effective and are in line with the standards that the International Labour Organization requires of us to have, and ensure that we do not lose lives because of chasing profit. We don't lose life because of chasing delivery of objectives that have been set by businesses, and it's important for us to maintain that. So as the RSR, we commit ourselves to continue to work with the Department of Labor and ensure that we deliver our mandate, which is also taken from what the Occupational Health and Safety Act requires from us. With that, Minister, we want to commit ourselves as the RSR to what the Department of Employment and Labor is doing, and we're thankful to be part of the initiative. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sibia, for the message of support. Can you give him another round of applause? Now we're coming to the heart of this event. And you know, as this household called Department of Employment and Labor, we are led by a phenomenal woman. You know, most houses led by women, households led by women, they shine. Even our acting director general is a woman, so can look at the fine thread. The head of the inspectorate is a woman. The chief inspector is a woman. Can see the rep, ne? The head of the province that is hosting is a woman. The program director is a woman. So you can see, ne, the rep. So I would like to call upon our Honorable Minister, Noma Nkosazana Meth, to come and give us the keynote address. Can you give her a round of applause?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ke igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe. Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon to you, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Silo Titebe, the esteemed members of the Constituency Management Committee, my parliamentary constituency office is here in Mangaung. So I've got the CMC with me. Can the CMC stand so that people see you? Thank you so much. The valuable partners from the International Labour Organization and AUDA NEPAT, Rand Mutual Assurance, Federated Employers Mutual Assurance, representatives from Business Unit South Africa, my people, the leadership of the labor federations, COSATU, SAFTU, FEDUSA, and NATU. The senior officials of the department led by the Acting Director General, Ms. J.K. Molisane, the representatives of organized labor and organized business, as I was greeting the leadership initially, Amandla Semasebeni, chief executive officers and presidents of professional bodies, experts, academics, and practitioners in OHS, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to also greet the people who entertained us here, the performers in the industrial theater. Well done. Actually, I'm looking forward to submitting some proposal to the Minister of Sports, Art and Culture, because we are in art in this department. And congratulations to you, Millie, and your team. We gather today at this beautiful city of Mangaung to celebrate a significant event, the International Day for Occupational Health and Safety, also referred to as the World Day for Safety and Health at Work. The day is celebrated annually on April 28th, but due to our country's calendar and several public holidays in April, we commemorate this international event today. We gather in solidarity with various international institutions and bodies in commemoration of this day, which shines the spotlight on the prevention of occupational accidents and diseases, placing decent working conditions at the core in accordance with the International Labour Organization standards. This day is an emotional reminder of social injustices faced by millions of workers globally who encounter hazardous working environments, which lead to injuries and, in the most, fatalities. We are all aware that South Africa's workers are not spared from such. One of the most transformative achievements of the government over the past 30 years has been the establishment of progressive labor laws that have extensively strengthened workers' rights and improved working conditions in the workplace. However, be that as it may, sadly, the high levels of the uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline in the workplace remain stubbornly high. It is therefore important for us to rally behind initiatives that are designed to put the spotlight on issues of health and safety in workplaces. For this year's OHS Day, the ILO has assigned the theme, I quote, "Revolutionizing Health and Safety, the Role of Artificial Intelligence and Digitalization at Work," close quote. This theme examines the impact of new technologies such as AI, robots, and virtual reality on work health and safety. In October 2024, our department, together with our social partners, launched the Occupational Health and Safety Accord as a joint commitment to strengthen collaborative efforts in protecting the economy through preventing occupational injuries and diseases as part of ensuring decent work. I hope the leadership from SAFTU that spoke here saying that accord mustn't gather dust, that a message was received by the department. It is also important to highlight that we have also declared that we as the DEL will dedicate a whole month to occupational health and safety, aimed at raising much needed awareness on this critical subject. A month where a series of activities will take place, including national blitz inspections, as outlined by the Chief Inspector, awareness campaigns and educational sessions, engagement with stakeholders across various sectors. And I am happy to announce that that month is October, and I appreciate the extended olive branch from our partners to say we'll work together to ensure that that month becomes a reality. It's a best practice that we have copied from Russia, and it shall be done in South Africa. These activities are designed to promote a culture of safety and ensure compliance with health and safety standards nationwide. As I reflect on the theme, digitalization, robots, use of AI, and digital platforms in a workplace, I can't ignore the obvious benefits in moving this direction. These include increased efficiency through task automation, enhanced decision-making via real-time data and analytics, greater flexibility with remote work options, and new opportunities for innovation, growth, and global talent access. One of the key fundamentals of occupational health and safety is the ability of workplaces to identify health and safety hazards and mitigate their occurrence. The legal framework of the department provides some basis and guidelines for doing this work. There is certainly no replacement for a viable health and safety management system. As the workplaces evolve, health and safety measures should not be relegated to secondary positions. They should occupy primary spots. Inevitably, the usage of digital platforms presents some novel health concerns to be mindful of, such as the following. Physical health concerns that include eye strain from prolonged screen time, causing eye irritation, headaches, and blurred vision. Excessive digital platform use can lead to a sedentary lifestyle, contributing to obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. Exposure to screens and digital notifications can disrupt sleep patterns, leading to insomnia, daytime fatigue, and other sleep-related problems. All these affect the quality of life and productivity. There are mental health issues linked to increased use of digitalization. These are often overlooked but can affect the way of life in various ways, such as feelings of anxiety, depression, and loneliness. Digital platforms can be breeding grounds for bullying and harassment, which can have serious repercussions for mental health. These platforms can foster social comparison, leading to decreased self-esteem, body dissatisfaction, and other mental health issues. Of course, there are other obscure consequences of digitalization. For instance, excessive use of digital platforms may lead to addiction and dependency. This may be characterized by compulsive behavior, neglect of responsibilities, and negative impacts on relationships and daily life. It is imperative for workplaces to adapt their risk assessments to be responsive to the health and safety matters that result from increased dependency on digitalization in affected sectors. Such strategies should among others, attempt to set boundaries and put limits on digital platform use to maintain a healthy balance between online and offline life. Over the years, my department has identified high risk and problematic sectors to assist in minimizing high levels of non-compliance with employment laws. As a matter of interest, the agriculture sector has been identified as one such sector. Let's look at the agricultural sector through the lens of developments in digitalization and the use of AI in the sector. This sector is undergoing a significant transformation with the integration of artificial intelligence, whose technologies are being used to improve crop yields, reduce waste, and enhance sustainability. Key areas of application include the utilization of AI-powered drones and satellite imaging, enabling farmers to monitor crop health, detect issues, and apply targeted interventions. As the global population continues to grow, AI-powered farming will play a critical role in ensuring food security and meeting the demands of a rapidly changing world. The administrative data of the department has revealed that the following trends, amongst others, in the agricultural sector: a high presence of vulnerable workers whose skills base fall within the occupational category of semi-skilled and unskilled, the high non-compliance with the employment laws of the department, ignorance of employment laws including worker rights, presence of the undocumented foreign nationals, long working hours, exposure to precarious working conditions and environment, low unionization rates. It is important to reflect on the above realities in the context of the potential increase in the utilization and reliance on digitization. What would all these developments mean, and what impact would they have on the ordinary worker? For the sake of this address, I have singled out the agricultural sector, however, all other sectors unspared from the effects of AI. Naturally, having highlighted the beauty of the digital platform, we must be vigilant in the identification of new workplace hazards. The workers and their well-being need to be at the center of our strategies. One such hazard in workplace is cyberbullying. The workplace cyberbullying impacts more than just the targeted individual victim, and its effects can impact the entire workplace or even the whole organization by increasing anxiety and panic in the minds of the workers. This inflicts pain on the employees by putting employees under distress, which may result in various health-related illnesses. The outcome of this may be increased absenteeism rates, the total of which may be negative to the outlook of the economy. The workforce may seep into a mode of being demotivated and may disengage from their work. This is likely to affect productivity levels and affect the entire business and indirectly increase the cost of the organization through frequent recruitment and poor retention of talent. We must adjust the approach to decent work to focus on digital or platform work. Decent work in the platform economy aims to ensure that digital platform workers enjoy fair wages, safe working conditions, and the rights to freedom of expression and of organization. It also involves social protection, personal development, and equality of opportunity for all. The International Labour Organization defines decent work as productive work in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. I implore all of us to reflect on the following critical questions. Is there a positive correlation between the increased utilization of AI and job losses in South Africa? The impact of AI on job loss and/or job transformation is a complex debate informed by various schools of thought. Recent research depicts that AI and digitalization are impacting South Africa's job market, with some roles facing displacement due to automation. On the other hand, AI is also creating new jobs, especially in the technology-driven industries. We should concede that there is a risk of increased unemployment and social upheaval if the workforce isn't adequately prepared to deal with this phenomenon through reskilling and upskilling. AI and automation are predicted to impact various sectors, including banking, retail, customer services, and manufacturing. Jobs involving routine tasks, data processing, and basic administrative work are particularly vulnerable. The McKinsey Global Institute recently published a report on generative AI and the future of work in America, estimating that roughly 30% of the world's jobs will be eliminated due to automation by 2030, including through AI adoption, affecting mostly the customer service sector, office support, and manufacturing and logistics. Further recommending that businesses and policymakers should invest more in digital education, reskilling of workers, and supporting labor market transitions. The findings of this study are further corroborated by others, such as that of the World Economic Forum, wherein it has predicted that 85 million jobs will be lost to AI and robotics by 2025, while 97 million new roles will be created in areas like AI development, data science, and human AI collaboration. The Goldman Sachs report also estimates that about 300 million jobs globally could be automated by AI by the end of this year. This, to an extent, depicts that though the correlation between AI and job losses continues to evolve, it is clear that AI will not replace all jobs, but will surely reshape the workforce, perhaps in a disruptive transition. I was happy to listen to the gentleman from Western Cape showing us that if then you were directly involved on manual drilling through AI, you may be upskilled and be responsible for monitoring the machinery. So we just need to adapt and stop being scared of these changes. Esteemed guests, through our social partnership, we must protect our workforce in this new environment as we have done in the past. As a country, we have proven that we can collectively overcome significant obstacles. We need to do so again. Let us ensure we realize the benefits that AI, digitalization, and robotics have to offer and adapt to the new possibilities this phenomenon brings to how we know the world of work to be. As indicated before, the inherent levels of non-compliance on health and safety issues in the workplace are still high and costly, requiring us to do more. As we embrace the era of the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence is not just changing the way we work, it's revolutionizing how we protect workers on the ground. In the field of occupational health and safety, AI is fast becoming a powerful ally, helping us to save lives, reduce injuries, and prevent workplace tragedies before they happen. So, merely, it talks to us being also vigilant as the authority that is discharged with the responsibility to monitor compliance, that we don't come in a very reactive manner, but we align ourselves how we use AI and digitization to be very proactive and reach the workplaces to ensure that workers are protected. But technology alone isn't enough. It must be matched with strong enforcement, robust systems, and a skilled human workforce committed to upholding safety standards. That is why the Department of Employment and Labor has launched the Project 20,000, a bold and strategic initiative aimed at bolstering the capacity of the Inspection and Enforcement Services Directorate. This project will see recruitment and training of 20,000 intern inspectors, additionally to the ones we have across the country, ensuring that the businesses, large and small, are being inspected at appropriate and regular intervals. So the question is, if these 20,000 interns will join us for 3 years, as it is a 3-year program, with 1 year of the first cohort overlapping to the other year of the second cohort, how do we ready ourselves so that when then we release these human beings, we are ready with AI to invade the space to ensure that no business is left uninspected. Our goal is clear: to close the compliance gap and ensure that all workplaces in South Africa, from factories to farms, from corporate offices to construction sites, meet the legal health and safety standards required by law. This project is not about policing for punishment. It is about creating a culture of prevention and support where businesses are empowered with knowledge and workers are protected while ensuring the nation moves forward with dignity and accountability. Here is where AI and Project 20,000 intersects powerfully. With the use of AI tools such as predictive analytics and smart reporting systems, inspectors can now be more strategic in identifying high-risk industries, regions, or repeat offenders. AI doesn't replace the inspector, it enhances their reach, their precision, and their impact. Imagine an inspection system where data from previous incidents, environmental risks, or sectoral trends can inform where inspectors are deployed next. It means smarter enforcement, better resource allocation, and ultimately safer workplaces across the board. Together with AI as our tool and Project 20,000 as our engine, we are building a future where occupational health and safety is not a luxury or a tick box exercise. It is a national standard rooted in justice, guided by innovation, and enforced with the full strength of the law. Let us continue to lead with purpose, embracing technology not just for efficiency, but for the well-being of every worker in South Africa. Because in every workplace, safety must come first. And with the right tools and the right people and right leadership and management, it always will. I thank you.
Bo, I didn't hear that clap. Thank you, Minister, for the powerful message. In Xhosa we say, "Onendlebe zokuva makeve." In Owentsha City, onendlebe zokuva makeve. Those who have ears must listen. And then we add, you apply. We won't just listen and not take back the message to apply it back. Vin? So, now we're almost at the tail end of our program. Before I call the Chief Inspector for closing remarks and vote of thanks, I've just got, when we're, is it high school? We're about to reach Ihlelo 15 as the last part. Because after the Chief Inspector does the closing remarks, I'm not going to come back on the podium. I've been given strict instructions that if you are sitting this side, you get out that door, the ushers will guide you. But that will be after the minister and the delegates and her guests leave. Then if you are sitting on this side of the podium, you go through that door and the ushers will guide you where to go. That was in terms of Ihlelo 15, those who did Amahlelo. Ask your neighbor to translate for you. So I will request, Ihlelo 15 is ukutya, food. So I will request the Chief Inspector to give us closing remarks and a vote of thanks. Now I'm talking about food, you are becoming. I will request the Chief Inspector to give us closing remarks and a vote of thanks. Then she'll be followed by Mr. Z. Would like the minister to just hear the last bit before she, because we must give her the last part, so that when she talks to the Minister of Arts and Culture, I said, I even had 3 scenes from my department. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thanks for clapping for me. So, my task is very simple. It's just to do a few closing remarks. To do a few closing remarks and to do a vote of thanks. So, I would like to say thank you, first of all, to you, Minister, as well as the DG and the DDG for giving us the space in occupational health and safety to thrive. We do a lot when it comes to advocacy, education, capacity building, but we are only able to do that through your support, by approving submissions, the work that we do with the social partners when it comes to regulations that gets passed. We say thank you to our principals for allowing us to thrive. I would also like to say thank you to the CDPO and her team, the Provincial Chief Inspector, as well as in particularly the OHS specialist, Mr. Makalo. They've been doing some spade work on the ground to make sure that we have a full room, because Bloemfontein is a bit far from your other bigger cities. So thank you so much for doing mobilization. The room is full because you assisted us with doing spade work on the ground. And when we decided to bring it to Bloemfontein, people were saying, it's so far. Are we going to get a room full of people? And we did get a room full of people. Thank you so, so much, because we don't only want to concentrate on the major cities. This is also a metropolitan city, but we normally have things within Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape. So we decided to bring it to the Free State, and we see we can bring to the Free State. The Free State, the Free State really showed up. I would also like to just say thank you to our organizing committee. I'm going to request them to stand. Everybody that was in our weekly meetings, I would like you to just stand so that we give you a round of applause. You can stand. They don't want to stand. And it's not only to, we had members from communications, support from the beginning for all the events that we had throughout the month. So thank you, Mr. Tejane and the team. We also had members from RMA as well as FEM that supported us. We also had representation, Tobeka, from the Office of the Minister to make sure that we have this event and that it is a successful event. A lot of work went into it in the background. We appreciate it. We still have one more event left, and that is the construction event, which could not take place on the 15th of April due to supply chain challenges with obtaining a venue. That will take place in May. The date will be communicated once everything is finalized. So with regard to us as the OHS Inspectorate, we've received our marching lines from the Minister as to what we need to do when it comes to digitization, artificial intelligence, utilization of smart tools, because also as the Inspectorate, we need to utilize AI to make sure that we become more efficient and more effective, and that we are able to do the work better with the same resources that we have. So also, I would like to say thank you to the ILO. You have stimulated the conversation without you even knowing, because we would have been able to talk about something completely different. We spoke about lifting machinery in the beginning of the month, construction. So we would have focused on that. So thanks for the ILO, for the global team. I saw it's also in the ILC coming up in June, Minister, where all the member states will be coming together. The topic will be related to digitization and artificial intelligence. So you've stimulated the conversation. You are allowing us to think a little bit out of the box and to come out of our comfort zone in where we are. We're doing things the way we've been doing it. And from here onwards, we need to be able to improve and not only listen, but also implement what we have heard. With that said and done, I would like to say thank you to our social partners, which is organized business, as well as organized labor, for always availing yourselves. Thank you to the two federations that is here in the form of SAFTU as well as COSATU, for taking out time at all our events to come and address even the professionals that are in the field of health and safety, workers as well as employers. We see you as a valuable partner. We have received nominations, Minister, for the Advisory Committee on occupational health and safety from all the social partners. There was one that was outstanding, which we've received this week. So we will be doing a submission to you, Minister, with regard to the nominees that came from the social partners. I'm going there, ma'am. So with regard to the amendment of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, I know that labor as well as business would know that we spent a lot of time last year focusing on this particular matter. The bill was finalized from the area of the Advisory Council, submitted to the Minister's office before you joined, Minister. Ultimately, there was a NETLAC. NETLAC indicated that it was a tripartite structure, that we do not have to submit it back to NETLAC. We then submitted it to the presidency for the socio-economic impact assessment. We have received a certificate, so that's one box tick. There's only one box left to tick, and that is the state law advisors. The state law advisors needs to give us a certificate for constitutionality before we can submit it to you in the form of a cabinet memo. We have been doing follow-up through LP and IR. It's been months now. So LP and IR follows up on a weekly basis. So it's the only matter that's outstanding. I know that there was a deadline in one of the meetings that we had, Minister, with yourselves and COSATU. It was the first meeting where they said, June, this thing must go to cabinet. So we will follow up and ask people to just assist us a bit with the state law advisors to get that certificate, because there was a lot of work that was done. They've sent it back before, where COSATU assisted us with a lawyer that helped us to put it in the correct format. It was a three-man business, government, and labor, to make sure that we respond to the state law advisors. So that's the only matter that's outstanding. So when we have the occupational health and safety bill passed, Minister, there will also be significant changes that will improve the health and safety of workers. So with that said and done, we look forward to seeing you, be it online, because we do a lot of online seminars, webinars on our regulations and the work that we do. If not, the next time we come to Mangaung, we look forward to seeing you. I therefore declare the session closed, but please don't leave. We just have Mr. Z that will just give us a final session, and then we will then break for lunch. When Mr. Z stops, we're just going to request the Minister and a guest to leave first. And as indicated by the program director, everybody seated on this side, please utilize that door. Seated on this side, please utilize that door. There's 2 serving stations for us not to queue for food for too long. Thank you. You've been a lovely audience, and thank you for making a success out of the World Day for Health and Safety event. Thank you.
What's the chest away now, man? Hello, 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 hello. I am a safety leader, and all employees must become safety leaders.
I am a safety leader. I follow the rules.
I am a safety leader. I get involved.
I am a safety leader. I am mindful.
I am a safety leader. I speak up. I have an obligation and a responsibility to speak up and stop any unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, and unsafe behaviors.
Wema
Department of Labor. Department of Labor.
Abaswe. Ha. Ha. Ha.
Safety first.
What's happening?
Madoda.
Nduna.
Niyazi ntoni?
Yintoni?
Kanti sifunana nani?
Bafowethu.
Nduna.
Niyasitiba kurini.
Kurini.
Hi.
We don't know.
Oh, Jeff.
Mhlawumbe sofuna amabhonasi.
Mabonus.
Bafowethu.
Nduna.
Chicken vat.
Vat.
I don't know.
Bafowethu.
Nduna.
Niyasitiba kurini.
Kurini.
Hayi mina.
Ay.
Whoa, guys, whoa. Ake sibuzeni ubaba Maseko ukuthi kwenzekalani.
Mbuze wena maqinasi.
Nduna.
Yebo sisi.
Hayi Nduna. Ama up and down. Kwenzekalani?
Hayi,
You've
kunini
been
sigijima
asking
sikhathele
check and
phela.
back. Do you know
bafowethu.
what? Abo uyazi ntoni? Please tell us what's happening.
Kwenzakalani kanti bafuna up and down sigijima?
Hayi Nduna.
Hayi bafowethu. Bakhulumile abelungu. Bathi change abushinwa belungu.
Hey.
Oh, mzekeze umkhomanda. Top Macarena.
Thobela.
Ha.
Ha. Ha.
Tota stawane. Hai. Ha. Bafowethu.
Yabona.
Nizwile ke AI.
Hey, artificial intelligence.
Bafowethu.
Nduna.
Phelile umsebenzi bafowethu.
Hayi
Ayuphelile ngaye.
Fikile amarobot.
Ah, saqoshwa.
Yazi bathini?
Bathini?
Bathi sambeni. Hey. Ha.
Hayibo.
Bathini bafana?
Bathi
Abayavala bafana bakhathela sivaleni.